Hello, it's Hat. I need to let you know this is not a complete stitch-up of day 4, which was August 18th. The reason for that is I somehow managed to delete about a 2 or 3 hour chunk of it. I have no idea how I did that. There is a small possibility that one of the glitches in my system caused it to be deleted, but let's just say I did it and be done with it. So, you're going to hear about an hour of the very first part of the stream, then it cuts out, and then it won't pick up again until the 4 o'clock session started after I had taken a break to watch another live stream. I'm sorry. The pages are there for you to read, of course, on the WordPress, Document Cloud website that I've linked in the description for all the videos to the Epstein documents, so you can go in and catch up on those if you so like. I'm sorry this is not a complete record. I feel terrible about it, but I have been searching for the past 2 hours to try and find this video. Unfortunately, it did not even upload onto BitChute. I've been having problems with that, and it did not capture that either. So, we're without. I do appreciate your watching this video as much as you can enjoy it, and I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. So thank you for your attention, and as always, be well, God bless, happy trails. See you soon.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the story see, from the brightest day, from the darkest night, from the sunny day. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny I hope we learn something from the stormy sea, from the brightest day, from the darkest night, from
Brian Joe, everyone, with his rendition of his own composition, Learning Curve. It is on his CD by the same name and is available through his website. You can email him. Email address is in the description of the video. I highly recommend you check him out. He also has a Wisdom of Gravity. This is a 2-disc set. One disc is music, and then the other is a live in-studio video on the making of the album, things like that. Really, really cool stuff. So check it out. Where's that? I may have... No, yeah, that's it. That's it. So anyway, well, welcome to AHNC, All Hat No Cattle. I'm Hat. And what are we doing here today? Why in God's green earth is some idiot with a cowboy hat on reading on a Sunday morning? Well, it would be Sunday afternoon for those of you on the East Coast, but I'm not going to quibble. Yes, why indeed? Well, I have until Thursday afternoon to finish around 1,020 pages, or 1,030 pages. And it's taken me 3 days to get to page 876. I don't have a lot of time to lose. It's very important to me to get through these before I leave on vacation early Friday morning. And I want to get it done for y'all. When I come back the following Monday, we'll dive into that recent release from Doug Collins. I don't remember who it was about now. It's been so long. Let me turn over to live chat like I should have immediately. All of you who are in the chat, remember, turn on live chat so you can see everything as opposed to top chat, which filters the results. And none of you are so squeamish that you need filtered results. Okay, one quick overview and we'll get started. What are we doing here again? This is the tranche of documents that were released a week ago, last Friday, regarding court cases involving Epstein and most specifically his best friend, Ghislaine Maxwell. And Ghislaine is pictured with the dearly deceased Jeffrey right up here, upper left. Ghislaine is, of course, the daughter of Robert Maxwell, the infamous media baron from the UK in the, I believe, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. He did not die a well-liked man. But Virginia Giuffre in the middle here, present day on the right, and then her at 16, 17 on the left, in that photo she's holding. Virginia Giuffre has sued Ghislaine Maxwell for defamation. Ghislaine Maxwell put out a press statement in which referred to Virginia as a liar and who has basically told nothing but lies. And it seems that Giuffre's lawyers felt that was an opening where they could drive in a wedge and break Maxwell into pieces and then get her possibly indicted on some trafficking charges and things like that. We've seen a lot of evidence in that regard. Remember, all of these have been recorded, so you can go back to the channel and watch or listen to the first 3 episodes and get caught up. So where are we now? Right now we are about 2/3 of the way through the plaintiff's motion, that is Virginia Giuffre, to strike down the motion put out by by Ghislaine Maxwell's team to have a summary judgment and throw the case out of court. Depending on whose side you're leaning towards, may definitely color your decision as to which one you would be rooting for right now. Me, to be honest, I'm kind of rooting for Virginia Giuffre. Roberts, her original name was Roberts. Her married name now is Giuffre. So Giuffre Nee Roberts. But I'm leaning towards her, and we'll see how you feel. So let's get started. 6. Plaintiff does not need to establish malice for her defamation claim, but in the event the court rules otherwise, there is more than sufficient record evidence for a reasonable jury to determine defendant acted with actual malice. Defendant's next, and again quite remarkable argument, is that Ms. Giuffre somehow will be unable to establish actual malice in this case. One would think that a sex trafficker calling one of her victims a liar would be a quintessential example of actual malice. Defendant's spurious case citations and misplaced argument do not detract from this core fact. Though defendant does not mention the legal standard for actual malice until she is 48 pages into her 68-page brief, the legal definition of actual malice, as defined by the United States Supreme Court and reiterated by the Second Circuit, should be the light by which all of defendant's purported, quote, facts and arguments be viewed. Quote, actual malice means that the statement was published with, quote, knowledge that the statement was, internal quote, false, or with reckless disregard of whether it was false or not, close quotes. Let's just take a look at this footnote that happened on the page earlier at the bottom. Footnote 46. Although perhaps a scrivener's error, defendant errantly cites 2 Supreme Court cases, Gertz v. Robert Welsh, Incorporated, and Philadelphia Newspapers, Incorporated versus Hepps, that arose out of the laws of Illinois and Pennsylvania, respectively, to support a proposition concerning New York law. And this case was filed in the Southern District of New York, or SDNY, for those of you who have been keeping track of the Mueller thing. We have Jason Lord Surratt in the house. You going to be in and out, sir? Well, of course. It's Sunday. It's Sunday. You've got to be doing what you got to do, dude. But it'll be great to have you listening in, as always. Appreciate your commentary when and if you can make it. And you know what? I don't get a lot of people doing first on my videos, but you're one of those who deserve it. You are first, absolutely. I think I've had actually one first comment on any of my videos that are already in the can. It's pretty hilarious. I guess I just don't attract that kind of crowd, except for you. All right, Jason, be well, sir. We'll see you soon. Defendant also cites AHNC Communications Incorporated v. Connaughton. Is it Connaughton? Whereas the ruling was not at summary judgment, and the plaintiff in the defamation case was a judicial candidate in a public election. So they're basically saying a few of the citations that Ghislaine's crew used in marking up their motion for summary judgment didn't quite make the cut. Let's continue. Defendant argues that Ms. Giuffre is a limited-purpose public figure. While Ms. Giuffre disputes that claim, the issue is entirely irrelevant here because Ms. Giuffre will prove at trial, with overwhelming evidence, The defendant made her statement calling Ms. Giuffre a liar with malice, fully knowing, as a sex trafficker, that it was false. Put another way, defendant knew that Ms. Giuffre was telling the truth when she described how defendant recruited her for sex as an underage girl and then trafficked her with boyfriend Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to have to tread very carefully on some of the language in this. It was Thursday morning. Thursday morning, I had gotten a hold of a copy of a affidavit signed by one Detective Joseph Carey of the Palm Beach Police Department from 2006, and it was a summary of his investigation into Epstein and the goings-on at his house in Palm Beach. It was disturbing, and it was graphic. And I took a flyer and tried to read it as it was written. YouTube shut the stream down within about 45 minutes. I took the hint, deleted the video, and never went back to that. But I'm trying to avoid some of the more salacious sounding words. So if you hear something like trafficked, then there's a word that rhymes with actually in front of it. If you hear girl or person under voting age, then you know that respects to a person who has a name that is a homonym for someone who mines coal. Things like that. Scent is another word for, one more. Scent is another word for when you are placed in such a position that you are not autonomous as to where you go and what you do when you get there. That's also a word that's used to describe a long line of cars that keep you from getting where you want to go, and especially in the morning and afternoon during rush hour. Ends in ick. Okay. The Second Circuit instructs that, quote, on a motion for summary judgment, a court cannot try issues of fact. It can only determine whether there are issues to be tried. If, as to the issue on which summary judgment is sought, there is any evidence in the record from any source from which a reasonable inference could be drawn in favor of the non-moving party, summary judgment is improper, close quote. Quote, this is a quote from Chambers v. TRM, Copy Centers Corporation. As the moving party, defendants have the burden of demonstrating an absence of clear and convincing evidence substantiating plaintiff's claims, close quote. Defendant fails to meet her burden of demonstrating an absence of clear and convincing evidence substantiating Ms. Giuffre's claims that defendant acted with actual malice. Ms. Giuffre will easily be able to meet any trial burden of clear and convincing evidence of actual malice. Tellingly, defendant does not even attempt to address the documentary evidence nor the testimonial evidence showing she was a recruiter of girls for Epstein. As shown above, far beyond showing that a reasonable inference could be drawn in her favor, which is all that is required at this point to defeat defendant's motion, Ms. Giuffre will easily be able to meet her trial burden of clear and convincing evidence of actual malice. Of course, a plaintiff need only show, quote, actual malice on the part of a defendant if that plaintiff is a public figure or a limited public figure, which Ms. Giuffre is not, as explained infra. 7. The court need not reach the issue at this time of whether Ms. Giuffre is a limited purpose public figure. For the reasons just explained, Ms. Giuffre will easily be able to prove actual malice at the trial in this case. Defendant argues that Ms. Giuffre, quote, is a public figure who must prove actual malice, close quote. Given the overwhelming proof of the second part of that statement, the court need not spend its time considering the first. If the court wishes to nonetheless consider the issue at this time, it is not appropriate for disposition at the summary judgment stage of this case. The defendant bears the burden of demonstrating that the plaintiff is a limited purpose public figure. Defendant correctly articulates the legal test for a finding that a plaintiff is a limited purpose public figure, but glosses over the fact that all prongs of the test must be met in order to make that finding. And that's backed up by Contemporary Mission Incorporated, the New York Times Corporation. You're going to see New York Times in these quite a bit because the defamation law was written and ruled on by the Supreme Court specifically to blanket the New York Times with immunity. If you don't believe me, just read into it. Was it Gersi? C-E-R-A-C-I? Gerasi. Yeah, Gerasi. Check that out. And here's a quote. This court set forth a 4-part test for determining whether someone is a limited purpose public figure. Close quote. That's from Herbert v. Lando. There's another quote. The Second Circuit recently summarized the criteria, close quote, and that's an affidavit from Nels v. Hillside, C-O-L-L, Collier's Collective, possibly. And that found that a plaintiff was not a limited public figure for failing one element of the Lerman test and thus denying defendant's motion for summary judgment. Quote, the defendant has proven all of the elements but the third. Of course, proof that Ms. Giuffre or anyone else is a limited purpose public figure requires proof of a set of facts from which Ms. Giuffre believes defendant has not shown satisfaction of the 4-part test. Hey, David. Good morning. I hope I don't sound too sleepy. David, I'm so happy you brought this up. Picasso knows will not be with us today and tomorrow, and most of Tuesday. She is out of town with her mom, having fun, and leaving me here to have my fun, our fun. I'm sure she'll be listening in on occasion, but she will not be holding the reins of executive producer for the next few days. I am producing myself, which means, unfortunately, there are going to have to be breaks for me to make more tea. I didn't have time to get the thermos going this morning. It was a very rough day yesterday. I had a wonderful time at the Jazz Blues and Rhythm Fest. Don't get me wrong. I was there for 8 hours and I loved every minute of it. But I was sitting on a picnic table all day. Not good for your back, especially when you have one as bad as mine. So I was real sore and creaky this morning. A few ibuprofen and a bunch of screaming, and I was fine. I'm kidding. I didn't take any ibuprofen. Yeah, the tea is right here, but again, I'll have to be making my own. Yes, David, your back hurts today because you've been with this channel so much that you and I are simpatico. And I mean that in a complete Beetlejuice way. Okay, let's continue. Significantly, this court should pause here to note that the details of Jane Doe 3's sexual exploitation and abuse as anonymously set forth in her Crime Victims, what does that stand for? Rights Act, Crime Victims' Rights Act joinder motion caused the defendant to identify with certainty Jane Doe 3 as Ms. Giuffre. Yet at her deposition, defendant claimed to, quote, barely remember her at all, close quote. Defendant's ability to immediately and positively identify someone The anonymous individual making claims of sexual abuse, if anything, shows that defendant was intimately aware of Ms. Giuffre's sexual exploitation. I'm going to have to put a mark against plaintiff's counsel here. As we well know, during that joiner motion, Giuffre was entered into the filing as Jane Doe number 3, but she was filed under her real name, and the press picked up on it immediately and went to Maxwell. So to say that Jelaine automatically figured out who Jane Doe 3 was through the testimony is, in my opinion, fairly disingenuous. It was easy for Maxwell to know who Jane Doe number 3 was because Jane Doe number 3 told the world who Jane Doe number 3 was. It's just how I see it. Again, for those of you who haven't been here before, not a lawyer here. I had 1 semester of communications law in college. A long time ago, that was it. And you can see how much I retained because I can barely read citations, if at all. So, yeah, I have trouble with it. Again, just my opinion. To continue. And, to be sure, Ms. Giuffre never asked to be abused or sent by defendant or convicted very bad person Jeffrey Epstein when she was a child. Legally, she did not even have the capacity to consent. Defendant cannot recruit a minor child for exploitation and then afterwards argue that her victim injected herself into the public controversy when coming forward about the abuse she suffered. Interesting point. Moreover, defendant has not made a sufficient showing that Ms. Giuffre has, quote, regular and, quote, continuing access to the news media. The policy rationale behind this prong is that public figures generally enjoy significant access to the media. One reporter wrote some articles on Ms. Giuffre in 2011. Thereafter, it was not until 2015 that Ms. Giuffre spoke to someone in the news media about these issues, and that interview was granted after defendant's defamatory remarks. Such limited context precludes a finding that Ms. Giuffre is a limited public figure. And this is, okay, now we're going to cite Hutchinson versus Proxmire. Quote, sorry, that's not a quote. Finding plaintiff maintained no regular and continuing access to the media and thus was not a public figure. It is also unclear how defendant plans to show that Ms. Giuffre successfully invited public attention to her views, quote unquote. To be sure, Ms. Giuffre decided to start, quote, Victims Refuse Silence, close quote, a not-for-profit organization whose mission is, quote, to change the landscape of the war on sexual abuse and human trafficking. Our goal is to undertake an instrumental role in helping survivors break the silence associated with sexual abuse. To fulfill this mission, we aim to enhance the lives of women who have been victimized, close quote. The website lists the National Trafficking Hotline and provides a state-by-state resources for local organizations where victims can seek help. Unsurprisingly, defendant cites no cases that hold that maintaining a website makes one a public figure. Unless you've got the best chat on YouTube, in which case, yeah, I'm like the freaking Pope. Not infallible, just have great hats. See, Miter, oh my gosh, Miter. What do you call the Pope's hat, folks? A miter, right there, miter. See Miter Sports International Limited v. Home Box Office Incorporated. Parenthetically. finding plaintiff was not a limited public figure and denying defendant's motion for summary judgment. And another parentheses here, quote, corporate policy denouncing child labor on its website does not show that MITRE aimed to influence the public's views on the controversy, close quote. More important, defendant does not explain how Ms. Giuffre was using the website to influence public views on whether she had been abused by defendant, the subject at issue in this lawsuit. Interestingly, defendant has spent $17,875 on an expert witness to tell the court and jury that hardly anyone searches on the internet for terms such as victims refuse silence, chattel. That's a word that's spelled like salve. One of defendant's 6 briefs raising Daubert specifically argues that Dr. Anderson's estimates on the cost of remediating Ms. Giuffre's online reputation are improper because Dr. Anderson included nearly unused search phrases when evaluating internet content. Kent's rebuttal report states, quote, there seems no reason to believe that such a person would use the term. Indeed, these are terms unlikely to be used by anyone familiar with this litigation. Why, for instance, would it be necessary to push down offending web pages in the results that the search engine provides for the term victims refuse silence, chattel, when this term is likely never used? Now, we, Friday, went to the Victims Refuse Silence website. It is victimsrefusesilence.org, and there are a number of different things here. I don't think it's the best laid out web page in the world, but it does have some very interesting things and some very non-interesting things. For instance, national resources. Is there nothing towards trafficking as far as federal resources are concerned? State resources, nothing listed there. So this website is fairly defunct. But it is there. As you can see at the top, it does display the National Trafficking Hotline. So it is doing that. But this website hasn't been updated since 2015. Okay. Defendant cannot argue that we're back to the text. Defendant cannot argue to the court that Ms. Giuffre has, quote, successfully, unquote, invited public attention to her views through her VRS website while simultaneously filing a Daubert motion that argues that search terms such as victims refuse silence, chattel, are, quote, likely never used, unquote, thus making the website unsuccessful in inviting public attention. In any event, defendant has failed to set forth with precision the allegedly undisputed fact and supporting evidence she uses to support her argument. Moreover, quote, it is preferable to reduce the public figure question to a more meaningful context by looking into the nature and extent of an individual's participation in the particular controversy giving rise to the defamation, close quote. And that is from Greenberg v. CBS Incorporated, citing Gertz v. Robert Welsh. The context here is highly significant. Ms. Giuffre never chose to participate in defendant and Epstein's underage sex ring, a, quote, controversy that gave rise to defendant's defamation. In arguing that Ms. Giuffre thrust herself into the public spotlight defendant conveniently leaves out the fact that it is by her doing that Ms. Giuffre is in this controversy in the first place. No minor child willingly becomes our sorry, reading too fast. No minor child willingly becomes a participant in abuse, and it is perverse for the abuser to argue that her victim deliberately became a subject of public attention when speaking out about that abuse for the purpose of advancing justice and helping other victims. For all these reasons, the court should simply decline to decide the public figure issue at this juncture. But if it chooses to reach the issue, it should reject defendant's unsupported argument. 8. The January 2015 statement was not, quote, substantially true, unquote, and Ms. Giuffre has produced clear and convincing evidence of its falsity. And again, for those of you who weren't here before, the January 2015 statement was a press release written on Maxwell's orders by her lawyer and released through a public relations agent, that explained, here is the only quote you're going to get from Ms. Maxwell on this, and it used the word lies several times in relation to Ms. Giuffre, including calling her an out-and-out liar. And then at the bottom, there was a bit about you guys shouldn't be publishing defamatory statements without checking them out first. And Maxwell reserves the right for future action. That was supposed to be a cease and desist letter, along with a public statement, but you're supposed to infer from that it's a cease and desist letter. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Any lawyer should know better than that, and I'm not even a lawyer. Back to the text. As a final argument, defendant argues that her January 2015 statement was, quote, substantially true. Given that the statement argues that Ms. Giuffre lied when she said she was sexually, well, I did it now, trafficked by defendant, the reader of defendant's motion might reasonably expect to see some evidence presented showing that defendant was not a person who does what we just referred to. Instead, the reader is treated to technical quibbles. For example, the lead argument shows the, quote, substantial truth of defendant's statement in the argument that Ms. Giuffre was not 15 years old, but all of 16 or 17 when she was sent out. As the court knows, and can take judicial notice of, Florida law makes 18 the age of consent. Accordingly, it is no moment, it should say there is no moment, that Ms. Giuffre may have been mistaken about the exact year the sending out started. Call this the, quote, yes, I'm a sender-outer, but only of girls 2 years younger than the age required to vote. Defense. To even describe the defense is to show how meritless it is. More broadly, at issue are the statements Ms. Giuffre made regarding defendant's involvement in and knowledge of the abuse and trafficking of Ms. Giuffre and other minor girls through a recruitment scheme executed by defendant and Jeffrey Epstein. In response to these various statements, defendant publicly claimed that, quote, allegations made by Ms. Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell are untrue, close quote. Popes don't need a Lolita Express. Very good, very good. And that is an interesting take on Ghislaine there, David. I don't think I'm going to read it out loud, but I like it. I like it a lot. Very good. For those of you who are listening, you'll want to open up the video when you get a chance and check out David Von Kettering's post at 11:35 a.m. The time hack is in the chat. It'll be well worth your while, unless you're squeamish. More broadly, at issue here, I inserted that. Let me start over. More broadly, at issue are the statements Ms. Giuffre made regarding defendants' involvement in. I already read that. I'm sorry. Defendant continued. I'm right here. Defendant continued that Ms. Giuffre's, quote, claims are obvious lies and should be treated as such, close quote. Defendant, through her statement, intended to convey that Ms. Giuffre was lying about everything she had said against defendant, quote, the allegations, close quote. In sum and essence, those statements made by Ms. Giuffre about whether defendant released a public statement to exclaim were, quote, untrue and, quote, obvious lies were, 1. That defendant approached Ms. Giuffre while Ms. Giuffre was an underage minor working at the Mar-a-Lago Country Club and recruited the then minor Ms. Giuffre to go to the house of Jeffrey Epstein under the pretense of providing a massage. I'm just going to have to say it, massage. If you hear me euphemize it, it'll be rub. To Jeffrey Epstein for money. That Ms. Giuffre followed defendant's instructions and was driven to Jeffrey Epstein's house, where she was greeted by defendant and later introduced to Jeffrey Epstein. 3. That Ms. Giuffre was led upstairs to be introduced to Jeffrey Epstein in his boudoir, and that while there, defendant demonstrated how Ms. Giuffre should provide a rub to Jeffrey Epstein. 4. That defendant and Epstein converted the rub into a physical contact experience, requesting that Ms. Giuffre no longer be clothed, after which time a physical encounter was had. You can see how difficult this is, folks. Imagine what it was like reading a detective's affidavit that did not pull any punches whatsoever. That was tough. 5. That defendant and Epstein expressed approval for Ms. Giuffre and offered her money in exchange for this exotic rub turned full encounter. That defendant and Epstein offered Ms. Giuffre the promise of money and a better life in exchange for Ms. Giuffre's actually acting compliant and subservient to their demands. That Ms. Giuffre, after that first encounter, was repeatedly requested to work with Epstein and or defendant physically and or others. That Ms. Giuffre was taken on Epstein's private planes on numerous occasions and trafficked, sent out nationally and internationally for the purpose of working with Epstein and others, including the defendant, physically. That defendant, who was Epstein's primary manager of the recruitment and training of females, who Epstein paid for purposes. That defendant participated in encounters with women. I know that it's not technically true, I'm just going to say it, including Ms. Giuffre, and that Ms. Giuffre and other recruited young women were encouraged by defendant and Epstein to bring other young women to Epstein for the purpose of servicing him, you know how. Defendant, by way of her January 2015 statement, declared that Ms. Giuffre lied about each and every one of these allegations regarding defendant. In fact, defendant clarified further this position in her deposition when she said repeatedly that everything Ms. Giuffre said about defendant was totally false. The clarification in her deposition is identical in intention to the reasonable interpretation of her statement that defendant made publicly, which has formed the basis of this defamation action, that Ms. Giuffre was lying about everything she said about defendant, and that defendant was not at all involved in the activity she was accused of engaging in. While her public statement could not have been more clear, as her deposition testimony further underscored, defendant intended the world to believe that nothing Ms. Giuffre said about defendant was true, and that defendant was not at all involved with any of the things she was accused of. Defendant has decided in this motion to minutely dissect the nuance of Ms. Giuffre's various statements to cause the court to reach a far-fetched conclusion that defendant's insidiously false statement was somehow, quote, substantially true. Ironically, this repositioning amounts to nothing more than an admission by defendant of the defamatory nature of her statement. I think that's a pretty good catch. Right or wrong, I like it. David Monkettering says, Hat can't use real terminology because our adult ears might be offended, according to YouTube, but thanks for allowing this much, YouTube. Yeah, it seems like they're letting us get by with this for now. And Friday, it seems like we did fairly well. Picasso Knows thought I was being way too euphemistic, but I told her, well, okay, where's the line? You show me where YouTube says this is the Rubicon that you can't cross, and I'll go for it. And I had her there. She's right often, but I think that time I had her in a corner. Okay, Section 8. When Ms. Giuffre initially described her encounters with defendant and Epstein, she mistakenly believed the first encounter occurred during the year 1999. Oh boy, this ought to be good. All right, get your euphemism ears on, folks. Discovery has resulted in the production of records, including Ms. Giuffre's employment records from Mar-a-Lago, which she did not possess at the time she was recounting her interactions with defendant. Those records established that the initial encounter, wherein defendant recruited Ms. Giuffre, occurred during the year 2000 and not during 1999. Giuffre was 16 years old before August 9, 2000, and turned 17 on that date. It is unclear from the limited records available whether defendant approached and recruited Giuffre just before or just after Giuffre's 17th birthday. However, what has now been established through numerous witnesses is that defendant approached and recruited a minor child for the purposes of enticing that minor over to the house of Jeffrey Epstein, a currently registered very bad person. The exact lure of Ms. Giuffre by defendant, enticement of being paid money to give a billionaire a rub at his mansion, was used by Epstein and his many associates and employees to recruit dozens and dozens of other females of not voting age. There is no doubt that the crux of Ms. Giuffre's statement on this point is that defendant recruited her when she was only a minor child, unable to consent to activity, not precisely how far under the age of consent she was. Defendant's public claim that Ms. Giuffre's account of this approach and recruiting element was, quote, untrue and, quote, obvious lies is not, quote, substantially true, but is itself an obvious lie, as Ms. Giuffre will prove to the jury at trial. B. Defendant's January 2015 statement claiming as, quote, untrue and, quote, an obvious lie, the allegations that she regularly participated in Epstein's exploitation of persons under voting age, and that the government knows such fact is not substantially true, but instead completely false. Defendant next argues that she accurately denied, quote, she regularly participated in Epstein's exploitation on persons unable to vote, close quote, and that, quote, the government knows such fact, close quote. It is not clear whether defendant is nitpicking this statement by contesting whether she, quote, regularly participated in Epstein's sexual exploitation or whether she did participate, but the government was unaware to the extent of her involvement. Call this the, quote, yes, I may send her outer, but only on Tuesdays and Thursdays defense, close quote. Here again, to simply recount the claim is to see its absurdity. Contrary to defendant's misleading, cherry-picked fragments of information she has chosen to use to support her point, there is an abundance of evidence clearly linking defendant to Epstein's exploitation of persons under voting age. As the court is aware, numerous message pads were recovered from Epstein's home, indicating defendant's involvement in and knowledge of Epstein's illegal exploitation. You've got to go back towards the end of Friday's stream to see these messages. I did not zoom in on all of them, but the video is there, and you can zoom in. And also this document trove is the way I like to call it. Anyway, this document trove, the link to it is in the description, so you can pull it up on your own, and then just use my video as a way to find where you need to search, or you could search message pads, whatever, and go to town. There, quite a number of them are quite disturbing. Well, I'm going to leave it at that. Back to the text. We're right here. As the court is aware, numerous message pads were... I'm sorry, I already read that. Additionally, numerous employees and others have testified about defendant's high-ranking position in the hierarchical structure of the exploitation scheme. In fact, multiple individuals, in addition to Ms. Giuffre, have testified about Maxwell's involvement in the exploitation of persons under voting age, including Ms. Giuffre. Defendant also argues that one government investigator, Palm Beach, Florida detective Rickeri, who I sometimes refer to, maybe unfairly, as Detective Clouseau, was unaware, assuming Rickeri was unaware, let's back up a little bit, right here. Defendant fails to cite another passage in Detective Rickeri's deposition where he noted that he was aware of defendant's involvement with Epstein and the sending out and horrible treatment of people under the age of voting. But even assuming Rickeri was unaware, which Ms. Giuffre strongly disputes, defendant would have, at most, a, quote, yes, I may send her outer for activity, but I successfully hid it from one of the cops, quote, defense. Again, not a likely claim. More broadly, Ms. Giuffre's statement about what the, quote, government knew about trafficking was made in pleadings filed in a federal court case attacking the decision of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida to offer Jeffrey Epstein immunity from prosecution for federal sex sending out crimes. I blew it. Accordingly, to present even an arguable claim for summary judgment, defendant would have to show that U.S. Attorney's Office and its investigators from the FBI did not know about defendants' sending out of people. This proof would need to include, for example, evidence that the FBI did not learn about defendants' sending out of people when, among other things, Ms. Giuffre told FBI agents about it when she met with them in Australia in 2011. Here again, defendant has no evidence to even begin making such a showing. C. Defendant's January 2015 statement claiming as, quote, untrue or an, quote, obvious lie, unquote, that Maxwell and Epstein converted Ms. Giuffre into a physical chattel is not substantially true. Excuse me. Hanging in there. Defendant next argues that she accurately disputed Ms. Giuffre's statement that defendant held her as a, quote, physical person of chattel status performing acts. Relying on dictionary definitions of chattel that define the term to refer to a confined person who is the legal property of another, defendant claims Ms. Giuffre was not confined or the property of defendant. Call this the, quote, yes, I may send her outer, but I didn't use chains, quote, defense. And once again, to even describe the defense is to refute it. I like that line. That's a pretty good line. Defendant does not explain why the jury would be required to use the held in chains definition of chattel in evaluating her statement. Merriam-Webster also defines chattel as one that is completely subservient to a dominating influence, close quote, a definition that fits Ms. Giuffre's circumstances to a T. As Ms. Giuffre has explained in detail, she was recruited as a minor child by defendant, who then dominated her and used for indecent purposes. That testimony alone creates a genuine issue of fact on this point. From the context of all of Ms. Giuffre's statements about defendant, Ms. Giuffre has never said or implied that she was physically placed in a cage. Instead, she has described the vast disparity of power and the influence of defendant and Epstein, the fear of disobedience, the typical locations of the abuse being in a private plane, in huge mansion owned with Epstein employed servants, on a private island, with some inescapable place abroad in the presence of defendant, in addition to the continued and fraudulent promise of a better future, as those things that kept her retained in a situation of chattel-like servitude. While not physically chained, Ms. Giuffre was groomed as a person below voting age and trained, and these factors became her invisible chains. Indeed, as Ms. Giuffre's expert on trafficking, Professor Coonan has explained, violent understandings. I read the second sentence first. Popular understandings of the term physical activity chattel might still connote images of violent pimps, white slavery, or of victims chained to a piece of furniture in a house of ill repute in the minds of some people. To call Ms. Giuffre a victim of sex trafficking would, however, very accurately convey the reality that she, along with a great many other victims of contemporary forms of chattelhood, are often exploited by the, quote, invisible chains, close quote, of fraud and psychological coercion. If the court takes as true, which it must for the purpose of this motion, that Ms. Giuffre was trafficked and used exclusively for physical purposes by defendant and Epstein, then the court must also reach the conclusion at this stage that Maxwell's assertion that Ms. Giuffre's description of being a physical activity chattel is, quote, untrue or, quote, obvious lies, is not substantially true. There undoubtedly remains a genuine issue of material fact on this point, and, in fact, defendant's position taken in this motion is tantamount to an admission of the truth of plaintiff's statement about defendant on this point. Excuse me, a little more tea here. Again, for you first timers, I have a dry mouth condition, and so I have to constantly drink something in order to keep my tongue from becoming a piece of towel. All right, section D, getting close to the end here. Any statement of misdirection regarding end of this filing. Any statement of misdirection regarding Professor Alan Dershowitz is nothing more than an irrelevant distraction to the facts of this case and matters not on the defense of whether defendant's statement was substantially true. Defendant next contends that she accurately recounted that Alan Dershowitz had denied having relations with Ms. Giuffre. Called this the, quote, yes, I'm a sender outer, but she was not trafficked to the professor defense. While it is accurate that Ms. Giuffre made allegations against Professor Dershowitz, those allegations are not at issue in this case. The last time the stream cut out, I'm pretty sure we were right here. And this is the section regarding, and I'll read it out loud, Section D. Any statement of misdirection regarding Professor Alan Dershowitz is nothing more than an irrelevant distraction to the facts of this case and matters not on the defense of whether defendant's statement was substantially true. So like I say, I'm pretty sure we are down at this paragraph here, starting with this case. Excuse me. Oh, I barely caught that in time. I sneeze infrequently, so that really tripped me up. So anyway, with that said, let us go forward. Final paragraph here. This case is not about whether Ms. Giuffre has ever made untruthful allegations against anyone, which she contends she has not, but about whether her allegations about defendant were true, whether those specific allegations were, quote, untrue, obvious lies, as defendant publicly proclaimed. These issues are disputed and must go to the jury. Section E. Contrary to defendant's position, there is a genuine issue of material fact as to whether she created or distributed photos of a disgusting nature and whether the government was aware of same. Defendant next argues that she did not create photos of a disgusting nature and that the government knew this. Call this the until you find the photos I'm innocent defense. Of course, as noted earlier, defendant's claim requires that she show that, quote, the government, unquote, in context, the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, quote, knew that she had no pictures of a disgusting nature. Yet, defendant has offered no such evidence, much less evidence so powerful as to warrant summary judgment on this point. The point is disputed from the simple fact that Ms. Giuffre herself testified that defendant took many photographs of her unclothed. This is consistent with the Palm Beach butler's Alfredo Rodriguez's testimony that he personally saw photos of unclothed people not of voting age on defendant's computer. Another housekeeper, Juan Alessi, also saw photos of young, unclothed people not of voting age on defendant's computer, although he wasn't sure whether to consider it items of a disgusting nature. Finally, Detective Ricari found a collage of unclothed photos of people not of voting age in Epstein's closet and turned the photos over to the FBI and U.S. Attorney's Office. While the U.S. Attorney's Office will not share the photos obtained from Ricari's investigation, it is thus undisputed that the government possesses photos of unclothed people not of voting age confiscated from Epstein's Palm Beach mansion. Indeed, the police video disclosed through a FOIA request shows images of unclothed women throughout the house, including a full unclothed picture of the defendant. At a minimum, there is a clear, genuine issue of material fact in this regard. F. Defendant did act as a mama for Epstein to traffic Ms. Giuffre to the rich and famous. Defendant next argues that she did not act as a mama for Epstein. The gist of the argument seems to be that defendant believes sending out one girl to Epstein does not a mama make. Call this the "yes, I was Virginia's mama, but no one else's" defense. This argument fails linguistically on the very dictionary definitions that the defendant cites elsewhere, but not here. And there's a definition from Merriam-Webster 11th edition defining, and again I'm using a euphemism here, madam. Suddenly I'm not using a euphemism, which I've been calling mama, as the female head of a house of ill repute. Once again, defendant conceals the relevant facts on the issue. First, multiple witnesses have testified to defendant's recruiting, maintaining, harboring, and sending out girls for Epstein. In fact, defendant herself was unable to deny getting Ms. Giuffre for Epstein. While defendant has attempted to fumble her way through explaining some plausible reason for bringing a person not of voting age to Epstein, her explanations are, to put it blandly, unpersuasive. As with other issues, the jury will have to decide who to believe. One of the individuals Ms. Giuffre was sent to was Prince Andrew, a sending that took place in defendant's own townhouse in London. There exist flight logs evidencing Ms. Giuffre flying to London alongside defendant and Epstein on Epstein's private plane, and a photo of Ms. Giuffre, defendant, and the prince, without defendant ever offering a legal, reasonable explanation for that photo being taken or for traveling with a with a girl not of legal voting age overseas. Defendant begins to meander somewhat aimlessly on this point, shifting plaintiff's burden to substantiate plaintiff's claim that defendant was Epstein's mama, which is a point at issue into whether or not plaintiff has conclusively proven the identities and accurate job titles of the other men to whom plaintiff was sent to for physical activity by Epstein. No matter how hard defendant tries to reframe this case, drag other people in, or split hairs, she is unable to contest the facts showing she was more than a mama, but a full-fledged physical contact person who sends out people for physical contact. Ms. Giuffre told the truth when she said that defendant recruited her as a person of less than voting age under the pretense of giving a rub and converted her into a traveling person of chattel designation forced to perform physical acts, consistent with defendant and Epstein's pattern and practice. As the court astutely acknowledges early on, quote, "At the center of this case is the veracity of a contextual world of facts, more broad than the allegedly defamatory statements. Either transgression occurred or it did not. Either Maxwell was involved or she was not. If defendant was involved, then her January 2015 statement was defamatory. Ms. Giuffre will prove to the jury, through overwhelming evidence, her prior allegations about defendant's involvement. The court should give Ms. Giuffre that opportunity and deny defendant's motion for summary judgment." 9. In conclusion, for the foregoing reasons, this court should deny defendant's motion for summary judgment in all respects. Dated January 31, 2017, and it's signed by the lawyers, some from Boy, Schiller, and Flexner, another one from Farmer, Jaffe, Wessing, Edwards, Fistos, and Lerman, and then Paul G. Cassell, who it seems is no longer with Boyce, Schiller, and Flexner, and is now teaching at the S.J. Quinney College of Law at the University of Utah. Remember again, Cassell is the one that Dershowitz calls the most corrupt lawyer in America. Iron Slippers, I think David has a cat on his keyboard. Either that, or he's drank a little too much cough syrup this afternoon and is nodding out. Try to see if you can wake him up. Okay, next document. This is again in the case of Virginia Giuffre, plaintiff, versus Ghislaine Maxwell, defendant. Southern District of New York, Local Rules 56.1, Plaintiff's Statement of Contested Facts and Plaintiff's Undisputed Facts. So, this will be a section or a filing where Maxwell's statements will be listed, and then Giuffre will counter them. So it'll be defendant's purported facts, and then the plaintiff's statement of facts controverting the defendants, as it says right here. So let's get started. Defendant's purported facts. 1. Ms. Maxwell's response to publications of Ms. Giuffre's false allegations. The March 2011 statement. In early 2011, Ms. Giuffre, in 2 British tabloid interviews, made numerous false and defamatory allegations against Ms. Maxwell. In the articles, Ms. Giuffre made no direct allegations that Ms. Maxwell was involved in any improper conduct with Jeffrey Epstein, who had pleaded guilty in 2007 to obtaining a person not of voting age for illegal activity. Nonetheless, Ms. Giuffre suggested that Ms. Maxwell worked with Epstein and may have known about the crime for which he was convicted. Okay. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. Ms. Giuffre denies that the allegations she made against Ms. Maxwell are false. Furthermore, Ms. Giuffre did give an interview to journalist Sharon Churcher in which Ms. Giuffre accurately and truthfully described defendant Maxwell's role as someone who recruited or facilitated the recruitment of people not of voting age for Jeffrey Epstein. Ms. Giuffre was also interviewed by the FBI in 2011, and she discussed defendant's involvement in the physical maltreatment. Those statements were not, quote, false and defamatory, but instead truthful and accurate. Defendant's purported facts. 2. In the articles, Ms. Giuffre alleged she had physical contact with Prince Andrew, a, quote, well-known businessman, a, quote, world-renowned scientist, a, quote, respected liberal politician, and a, quote, foreign head of state. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. Ms. Giuffre does not contest this fact, but believes that it is irrelevant. Defendant's purported facts. 3. In response to the allegations, Ms. Maxwell's British attorney, working with Mr. Gao, issued a statement on March 9, 2011, denying, quote, the various allegations about Ms. Maxwell that have appeared recently in the media. These allegations are all entirely false. And again, just in case you don't have a scorecard, Maxwell's attorney is Barden. Gao is the publicist that Maxwell and Barden work with on Maxwell's behalf. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. Ms. Giuffre denies that Mr. Barden, quote, issued a statement. Instead, it appears to have the contact as Ross Gao and a reference to a Devonshire solicitors. Defendant's purported facts. 4. The statement read in full. Statement on behalf of Ghislaine Maxwell by Devonshire solicitors, PRNE, Wednesday, March 9, 2011. London, March 10, 2011. Ghislaine Maxwell denies the various allegations about her that have appeared recently in the media. These allegations are all entirely false. It is unacceptable that letters sent by Ms. Maxwell's legal representatives to certain newspapers pointing out the truth and asking for the allegations to be withdrawn have been simply ignored. In the circumstances, Ms. Maxwell is now proceeding to take legal action against those newspapers. I understand newspaper. Okay, quote. I understand newspapers need stories to sell copies. It is well known that certain newspapers live by the adage, quote, why let the truth get in the way of a good story, end quote. However, the allegations made against me are aberrant and entirely untrue, and I ask that they stop, said Ghislaine Maxwell. A number of newspapers have shown a complete lack of accuracy in their reporting of this story and a failure to carry out the most elementary investigation or any real due diligence. I am now taking action to clear my name, she said. There's a listing for the media contact, Ross Gow, from Acuity Reputation. There's nothing else there about talking to any legal representative. Ms. Giuffre's statement concerning defendant's facts. The document speaks for itself, although it is unclear if the original included the italics that are inserted by the defendant above. Iron Slipper says, is this interview, do you mean on record? Are you referring to the motion here or something else? Or are you even talking to me? I may have jumped into something I had no business. David says Laura sends her regards. Both of us are eye resting. And okay, oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, this is a legal document. It is available through the court. That's how this was obtained. Was the document released a week ago, this last Friday, by the court hearing these cases. It said people had wanted to keep them sealed, and I believe the news media successfully sought to have them unsealed, and so here they are. So yeah, this is all on the record. These are this particular thing we're reading now is not an interview or testimony. These are legal briefs, so they're taking their arguments and what they consider to be the truth and putting it in to argue against the other teams doing the same. And again, this is a legal fight against Virginia Giuffre, Nee Roberts, and Ghislaine Maxwell. Giuffre is suing Maxwell in civil court for defamation, for calling her a liar and saying she told obvious lies back in January of 2015, or actually December of 2014, which is what was the impetus for this suit. Now, we have read several cases of depositions, which are testimony, where you have lawyers sitting around the table, and you have one despondent, usually. That's the person being deposed. Deponent. Sorry. Despondent is a person who's ill. So that's we've gone over several of those as well. So I guess initial filings would be right. No, this wouldn't be initial filings. This would be subsequent filings. The initial filings would be the actual, here's why I'm bringing a civil suit against Ghislaine Maxwell for defaming me, Virginia Giuffre, Nee Roberts. That would be the initial filings. These are subsequent filings, specifically a motion for summary judgment filed by Ghislaine Maxwell's people to have the judge completely dismiss the defamation suit that Giuffre has brought against her. So all these that we've read so far are legal filings in support of or against, depending on which team you're reading, that initial filing of defamation. I hope that makes sense, because I don't think I could say it again. And remember, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, so this is stuff I'm getting out of context, out of just being an old person who's read a lot. I'm not saying everything I've just said is entirely accurate. It's just as I understand things. Okay, well, good, good. We're at least on the same page, and in this case, we're on page 896 of 2024. Whoop, whoop. Okay, so defendants' purported facts. 5. Ms. Giuffre's gratuitous and, quote, lurid accusations in an unrelated action. In 2008, two alleged victims of Epstein brought an action under the Crime Victims' Rights Act against the Crime Victims' Rights Act against the United States government, purporting to challenge Epstein's plea agreement. They alleged the government violated their CVRA rights by entering into the agreement, which, as I understand, is exactly accurate. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. While we would stipulate to the statement in this paragraph starting with the words "in 2008," we do not stipulate to the opening sentence fragment Maxwell places in bold. And if you're just listening and can't see the screen, I'll repeat that sentence fragment. It is Ms. Giuffre's gratuitous and, quote, lurid accusations in an unrelated action. Defendant's purported facts. 6. 7 years later, on December 30, 2014, Ms. Giuffre moved to join the CVRA action, claiming she too had her CVRA rights violated by the government. On January 1, 2015, Ms. Giuffre filed a, quote, corrected joinder motion. Giuffre's team agrees with that. Defendant's purported facts. 7. The issue presented in her joinder motion was narrow: whether she should be permitted to join the CVRA action as a party under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 21, specifically whether she was a, quote, known victim of Mr. Epstein and the government owed them CVRA duties, close quote. Yet, quote, the bulk of the motion consists of copious factual details that Ms. Giuffre and her co-movement, internal quote, would prove if allowed to join, close quotes. Ms. Giuffre gratuitously included provocative and, quote, lurid details, end quote, of her alleged sexual activities as an alleged victim of being sent out for undue physical activities. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. Ms. Giuffre denies that the issues presented in her joinder motion were narrow. The issues presented by the joinder motion and related pleadings were multiple and complex, requiring numerous details about Ms. Giuffre's abuse and the perpetrators of her abuse. In a pleading explanation why the motion was filed, Ms. Giuffre's lawyers specifically listed 9 separate reasons why Jane Doe 3's allegations that Dershowitz had sexually abused her, were relevant to the case and appropriately included in the relevant files. 1. To establish that Jane Doe 3 had been abused by Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators, including co-conspirator Alan Dershowitz, which would make her a, quote, victim of a broad sex trafficking conspiracy covered by the Federal Crime Victims' Rights Act, 18 U.S.C. Section 3771, and therefore entitled to participate in the case. To support then-pending discovery requests that asked specifically for information related to contacts by Dershowitz with the government on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein. 3. To support the victim's allegation that the government had a motive for failing to afford victims with their rights in the criminal process, specifically pressure from Dershowitz and other members of Epstein's legal defense to keep the parameters of the Non-Prosecution Agreement, or NPA, secret to prevent Jane Doe 3 and other victims from objecting to and blocking judicial approval of the agreement. Man, my nose is feeling fuzzy. I may be coming down with a cold. I hope not. 4. To establish the breadth of the NPA's provision extending immunity to, quote, any potential co-conspirators of Epstein, close quote, and the scope of the remedy that the victims including not only Jane Doe 3, but also other similarly situated victims not of voting age who had been abused physically by Dershowitz, might be able to obtain for violation of their rights. 5. 5. To provide part of the factual context for the scope of the, quote, interface between the victims, the government, and Epstein's defense team, an interface that was relevant under Judge Morrow's previous ruling that the government was entitled to raise, quote, a fact-sensitive, equitable defense which must be considered in the factual context of the entire interface between Epstein, the relevant prosecutorial authorities, and the federal offense victims. And Iron Slippers, I believe you made the comment the other day. Who was the client, Epstein or Dershowitz? It still stands true in this part of the filing right here. 7. To bolster the victim's argument that their right, quote, to be treated with fairness, 18 U.S.C. Section 3771A8, had been violated through the government's secret negotiations with one of their abusers. Hey, John. I believe, if I understand, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge is a thing of beauty and quite the sight to see as you're driving across. I don't know that as a visual fact for myself. I have heard of that. Please disabuse me of that knowledge if I'm wrong. But I welcome your listening, and it's great to have you here as always. Once I'm done with this section here, I want to say something real quickly about the Jason Goodman stream. As soon as I'm done with this. 8. To provide notice and lay out the parameters of potential witness testimony for any subsequent proceedings or trial, i.e., the scope of the testimony that Jane Doe 3 was expected to provide in support of Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2, the already recognized Ms. Giuffre in the action, and 9. To support Jane Doe 3's argument for equitable estoppel to toll the 6-year statute of limitations being raised by the government in opposition to her motion to join, i.e., that the statute was tolled while she was in hiding in Australia due to the danger posed by Epstein and his powerful friends, including prominent lawyer Alan Dershowitz. Okay, so now that we have a break here, I want to thank everyone who invited me over to Jason Goodman's live stream today. In case you're not aware, it's from 2 to 4 Sunday afternoons, or if you live on the real coast, as I understand, people seem to think it's 3 to 5. Us people in the Central Time Zone be damned. It was good. I enjoyed it greatly. John and his co-host, or Jason and his co-host, whose name I have forgotten at the moment, Alex, I believe, is that correct? Did a great job of keeping things moving, keeping things entertaining, and by that mean engaging. Not that it was a yuck fest. There were the odd asides thrown in here or there for levity, but it was a very entertaining and informative live stream. The best part is that they had Liz Wheeler on to talk about her work and her new book. That book, by the way, if you want a signed hardcover bookplate edition, first edition, you can go to premiercollectibles.com/Liz, and it's yours for the princely sum of 30 buckaroos. Cheap for a very high quality printing of what looks to be a very good book. And if you're curious, it's about how people who are not in the swamp, who are not broadcasters or lawyers, people with an influential piece of the broadcast media or print media, can get out there and make their voices heard and hopefully stop the escalation of the leftists who are trying to drive this country into the ground. I think I've pretty well summed it up there. It sounds great. I hope I can pick up a copy real soon. So, yes, it was. Oh, Iron Slippers. No, 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 no. It was my pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure. So, again, if you have not been to Jason Goodman's site, it is called Jason Goodman. It autofills pretty quickly in the YouTube search, and it's very worth your time. Check it out. So, again, those of you who invited me there, Laura and Iron Slippers, David, um, it, I believe David, definitely Laura and Iron Slippers. You guys are great, and thank you so much. Okay, back to the text. Um, okay, so we're citing Jane Doe's 1 and Jane Doe's 2 v. United States. Ms. Giuffre's lawyers had attempted to obtain a stipulation from the government on point 1 above, quote, victim status, but the government had declined. Judge Mara's ruling concluded that certain allegations were not necessary, quote, at this juncture in the proceedings. Judge Mara specifically added, however, that, quote, Jane Doe 3 is free to reassert these factual details through proper evidentiary proof, should petitioners demonstrate a good faith basis for believing that such details are pertinent to a matter presented for the court's consideration. And if you were here earlier when we read the parts of these filings dealing with Judge Mara's case, hearing Jane Doe 3 and Jane Doe 4, Jane Doe 3, of course, being Virginia Giuffre, and Jane Doe 4 being unknown, filed under secrecy. They were just merely trying to get in under Part 21, or Rule 21, excuse me, to join the CVRA agreement that Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2 had presented to the court. And the judge said that he did not appreciate, not in so many words, but he did say fairly sternly that he did not appreciate the inclusion of the lurid and lascivious details that Jane Doe 3, Virginia Giuffre, had included in her joinder motion. But as this details right here, he did also say that there is a time and place for those, but it just wasn't during that joinder motion. Yeah, John, Liz comes on at an hour in, so 60 minutes in, she comes on, and she's on for a half hour. So definitely worth the time. And let's face it, folks, Calcinos is probably listening right now, so I'm not going to get in trouble. But Liz Wheeler is real easy on the eyes, let's face it. On Iron Slippers, quickly again, I heard Jason call out your comment about Epstein and Roundup. So, Senpai noticed you. That was a nice job. Passenger with 3 new people. I will watch my language, John. I've been trying to do that quite a bit during these proceedings. Um, and remember, we got cut off in the middle of my reading Detective Ricari's, or Detective Clouseau, um, his affidavit um, Friday morning, or Thursday morning, Thursday or Wednesday morning, one of those two, Thursday morning, I think. We got cut off halfway through because I was reading it verbatim, and there was a lot of pretty hard stuff in there. Not triple X, but X. And YouTube decided they'd had enough, and they shut down the stream. And so I'm trying very hard to avoid any kind of inclusion of anything that YouTube would find objectionable from here on out. You may find some of these things rather obtuse, but I think with a bit of brain power, you'll understand what I'm saying. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, John, you got to put a smiley face or something in there, dude. Come on. Come on, for all I know, it's your mom and your younger sister, and your pastor. You gotta give me something for context there. Not fair. Not. I'm shaking my finger at you right now. Not fair. People taking advantage of an old man like that. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Okay, so to finish up this paragraph, the CVRA litigation continues and no trial has been held as of the filing of this brief. As such, the extent to which these factual details will be used at trial has not yet been determined. Defendant's purported facts 8. At the time they filed the motion, Ms. Giuffre and her lawyers knew that the media had been following the Epstein criminal case and the CVRA action. While they deliberately filed the motion without disclosing Ms. Giuffre's name, claiming the need for privacy and secrecy, they made no attempt to file the motion under seal. Quite the contrary, they filed the motion publicly. This was a kind of a have it both ways moment for the lawyers, and it worked in Giuffre's benefit pretty well. But let's see how they answer to it. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. See Ms. Giuffre's response to point 7 above. Okay, so there's that. 9. Defendant's purported facts 9. As the district court noted in ruling on the joinder motion, Ms. Giuffre, quote, named several individuals, and she offers details about the types of physical activities performed and where they took place. The court ruled that, quote, these lurid details are unnecessary, unquote. The factual details regarding whom and where Jane Doe engaged in activities are immaterial and impertinent, especially considering that these details involve non-parties who are not related to the respondent government. Accordingly, that was a close quote. Accordingly, quote, these unnecessary details shall be stricken, close quote. The court then struck all Ms. Giuffre's factual allegations relating to her alleged activities and her allegations of misconduct by non-parties. The court said that the striking of the, quote, lurid details was a sanction for Ms. Giuffre's improper inclusion of them in the motion. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. See Ms. Giuffre's response to point 7 above. Defendant's purported facts 10. The district court found not only that the, quote, lurid details were unnecessary, but also that the entire joinder motion was I'm reading ahead, was entirely unnecessary. Ms. Giuffre and her lawyers knew the motion with all its, quote, lurid details was unnecessary because the motion itself recognized that she would be able to participate as a fact witness to achieve the same result she sought as a party. The court denied Ms. Giuffre's joinder motion. And again, controverting defendant's facts, see Giuffre's response to point 7 above. Defendant's purported facts 11. One of the non-parties Ms. Giuffre, quote, named repeatedly in the joinder motion was Ms. Maxwell. According to the, quote, lurid details of Ms. Giuffre included in the motion, Ms. Maxwell personally was involved in a, quote, abuse and trafficking scheme created by Epstein. And we have some bullet points here. First, Ms. Maxwell, quote, approached Ms. Giuffre in 1999 when Ms. Giuffre was, quote, 15 years old to recruit her into the scheme. Second, Ms. Maxwell was, quote, one of the main women, unquote, Epstein used to, quote, procure girls under voting age for activities. Third, Ms. Maxwell was a, quote, primary co-conspirator, unquote, with Epstein in his scheme. Okay, there are quite a few of these, so I'm just going to start next. Next, she persuaded Ms. Giuffre to go to Epstein's mansion, quote, in a fashion very similar to the manner in which Epstein and his other co-conspirators coerced dozens of other people of non-voting age. Next, at the mansion, when Ms. Giuffre began giving Epstein a rub, he and Ms. Maxwell, quote, turned it into a physical encounter, unquote. Epstein, quote, with the assistance of Ms. Maxwell, quote, converted Ms. Giuffre into a person who is chattel for engaging in physical activities. These aren't easy. These aren't easy to come up with, folks. Ms. Giuffre was from about 99 through 2002. Next, Ms. Maxwell is also a, quote, co-conspirator in Epstein's abuse, close quote. Ms. Maxwell, quote, appreciated the immunity, quote, she got under Epstein's plea agreement because the immunity protected her from prosecution, quote, for the crimes she committed in Florida, close quote. Next, Ms. Maxwell participated in the, participated in the abuse of Ms. Giuffre and others, close quote. Next, Ms. Maxwell, quote, took numerous explicit pictures of persons under voting age involved in activities, including Ms. Giuffre. Close quote. She shared the photos with Epstein. Next, as part of her quote role in Epstein's abuse ring, close quote, Ms. Maxwell, quote, connected Epstein with powerful individuals so that Epstein could traffic Ms. Giuffre to these persons. Screwed up there. Next, Ms. Giuffre was, quote, forced to have relations, quote, with Prince Andrew in, they have a bullet point here when they shouldn't, with Prince Andrew in Ms. Maxwell's apartment in London. Ms. Maxwell facilitated Ms. Giuffre's activities with Prince Andrew, quote, by acting as a mama for Epstein, close quote. Ms. Maxwell, quote, assisted in internationally sending out, close quote, Ms. Giuffre and, quote, numerous other persons of not voting age for illicit purposes. Final bullet point. Ms. Giuffre was, quote, forced to watch Epstein, Ms. Maxwell, and others, quote, engage in illegal acts with dozens of persons not of voting age. Oh, Laura, welcome. I was saying you can ask Iron Slippers for the comments I made earlier concerning Jason's stream and Liz Wheeler's appearance. I won't bother going over it all with everybody else, but basically, thank you, and I really enjoyed it. I hope I can make this a regular thing. Sharon Palmer says, hello everyone. Due to my major back surgery, it is extremely painful to sit at the computer. I am lying in bed watching on a tablet and can't chat much. Thanks, Hat, for your reading. Love to all. Love to you, Sharon. I hope your recovery is coming along as quickly as possible without being rushed. Bones have to knit and heal. You rush it, and you're even in worse shape than you were before. I'm sure you know that all too well. It took 6 weeks for each of my artificial hips to set before I could start walking on them again. But so we're glad to have you here. Thank you for checking in. Okay. Okay. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. See Ms. Giuffre's response to point 7 above. Ms. Giuffre contests a reference to, quote, lurid details. Moreover, the testimony from numerous witnesses corroborates the statements Ms. Giuffre made in her joinder motion. See below. There's a list of the exhibits that back up, according to Giuffre's lawyers, Giuffre's claims, including the message pads that we saw yesterday, and other things. You can look at those at your leisure. In case you wanted to know, those are on page 900 through through the top of 902 in the list. Defendant's purported facts 12. In the joinder motion, Ms. Giuffre also alleged she was, quote, forced to have relations with Harvard Law professor Alan Dershowitz, quote, model scout Jean-Luc Brunel, and, quote, many other powerful men, including numerous prominent American politicians, powerful business executives, foreign presidents, a well-known prime minister, and other world leaders. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. See response to points 7 and 11 above. Defendant's purported facts 13. Ms. Giuffre said after serving for 4 years as a person of chattel designation used for physical purposes, she, quote, managed to escape to a foreign country and hide out from Epstein and his co-conspirators for years, close quote. By the way, I got that wrong earlier. She met her husband, Giuffre, in Thailand, but they moved to Australia. That's where they hid out, allegedly hid out from Epstein and Maxwell and, as she says, Dershowitz and all these other people for, I believe, 4 or 5 years before they moved back to the States. I believe she wound up in Colorado. Giuffre was an expat, an American expat, living in Thailand, so he had American citizenship. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. Agreed that Ms. Giuffre made the statement and has since discovered evidence that indicates she was mistaken on the exact time frame of her abuse and was with defendant and Jeffrey Epstein from the years 2000 to 2002. Defendant's purported facts. Ms. Giuffre suggested the government was part of Epstein's, quote, conspiracy when it, quote, secretly negotiated a non-prosecution agreement with Epstein precluding federal prosecution of Epstein and his, quote, co-conspirators. The government's secrecy, Ms. Giuffre alleged, was motivated by its fear that Ms. Giuffre would raise, quote, powerful objections to the agreement that would have, quote, shed tremendous light, public light, on Epstein and other powerful individuals. Close quote. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. Ms. Giuffre did not suggest that the government was part of Epstein's conspiracy to commit offenses. The CVRA case deals with whether the government failed in their responsibilities to the victims to inform the victims that the government was working out an NPA, and it is Ms. Giuffre's belief that the government did fail to so inform the victims and intentionally did not inform the victims because the expected serious objection from many of the victims might prevent the government from finalizing an NPA with Epstein. Defendant's purported facts 15. Notably, the other, quote, Jane Doe who joined Ms. Giuffre's motion, who alleged she was abused, quote, many occasions by Epstein should be on, quote, many occasions by Epstein, was unable to corroborate any of Ms. Giuffre's allegations. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. This is untrue. The other Jane Doe could corroborate many of Ms. Giuffre's allegations based on a similar pattern of abuse that she suffered by Epstein. She did not know Ms. Giuffre, though. Redact. More tea. Wow. You're sailing along and all of a sudden your tongue turns to sandpaper. Redacted, who was deposed in this case and who was a minor, corroborates the same pattern of abuse. Defendant's purported facts 16. Also notably, in her multiple and lengthy consensual interviews with Ms. Churcher 3 years earlier, Ms. Giuffre told Ms. Churcher of virtually none of the details she described in the joinder motion. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. This is untrue. Furthermore, defendant does not offer any citation or evidence on this point. Defendant's statement here is knowingly false. Having read the articles and taken Ms. Giuffre's deposition, defendant knows that Ms. Giuffre did reveal details in 2011, consistent with those in the joinder motion. Defendant's purported facts 17. Ms. Maxwell's response to Mr. Frey's, quote, lurid accusations, the January 2015 statement, which we have all come to know much too well. Oh, that's right. John, you were coming up on your birthday. Did you just have it? Was it today? Well, whether it was today or yesterday, as we used to say in San Antonio, feliz cumpleaños, mi amigo, y muchos más. Defendant's purported facts 17. Ms. Maxwell's response to Ms. Guthrie's lurid accusations, the January 2015 statement. As Mr. Frey and her lawyers expected, before District Judge Mara in the CVRA action, District Judge Mara in the CVRA action could strike the lurid details, quote unquote, of Mr. Frey's allegations in the joinder motion, members of the media obtained copies of the motion. Mr. Frey's statement, I'm just going to, from now on, instead of controverting defendant's facts, I'm just going to say Mr. Frey's statement. We don't need to do that over and over again. And see Mr. Frey's response to point 7 above. Defendant's purported facts 18. At Mr. Barden's direction on January 3, 2015, Mr. Gao sent to numerous representatives of British media organizations an email containing, quote, a quotable statement on behalf of Ms. Maxwell, close quote. The email was sent to more than 6 and probably less than 30 media representatives. It was not sent to non-media representatives. Mr. Frey's statement. Defendant falsely claims that, quote, quote, at Mr. Barden's direction on January 3, 2015, Mr. Gao sent to numerous representatives of British media organizations an email containing, internal quote, a quotable statement on behalf of Ms. Maxwell, close quotes. This is a blatant falsehood about the document that is at the heart of this litigation. Record evidence shows that Gao sent that email at defendant's direction, not at Mr. Barden's direction. Indeed, on the evening before his deposition, Mr. Gao produced an email exchange he had with defendant in which defendant directs Mr. Gao to send the press statement. It is as follows. And we have a header here from G. Maxwell to Ross Gao, CC Philip Barden, who is again Giselle Maxwell's attorney, and Gao is her public relations guy. Subject, forward, urgent. This is the statement. And it reads as follows. Jane Doe 3 is Virginia Roberts, so not a new individual. And again, Virginia Roberts was her name when she was with Epstein and Maxwell. The allegations made by Victoria Roberts, and they get Virginia and Victoria screwed up, against Ghislaine Maxwell are untrue. The original allegations are not new and have been fully responded to and shown to be untrue. Each time the story is retold, it changes with new salacious details about public figures and world leaders, and it is now alleged by Ms. Roberts that Alan Dershowitz, they misspelled Dershowitz, is involved in having relations with her, which he denies. Ms. Roberts' claims are obvious lies and should be treated as such and not publicized as news, as they are defamatory. Back to the text. Chronologically, this email comes at the end of various other email exchanges between defendant and Gao that discuss a pending and issuing a press release. The subject line of this email that defendant wrote to Gao states, urgent, this is the statement, thereby instructing Gao to release the statement to the press. Shortly after defendant sent this email to Gao, directing him to release the statement, Gao distributed the statement to multiple media outlets. Neither defendant nor Gao have produced any emails in which Barden directed Gao to issue this press release, parenthetically, nor can they. Despite sending it herself, and despite it being responsive to 6 court-ordered search terms, Defendant failed to produce this email. Her press agent Gao produced this the evening before his deposition on November 17, 2016. At the deposition, Mr. Gao authenticated this email and confirmed that defendant authorized the statement. Excuse me for a moment. Question. When you sent that email, you were acting pursuant to Ms. Maxwell's retention of your services? Yes, I was. Exhibit 9 is marked. This also appears to be an email chain with you and Ms. Maxwell, is that correct? It does appear to be so. Did you send the top email of the chain that says, OKG, going with this? Question mark? I did. And did you receive from Ms. Maxwell the bottom of that chain? I believe so. Well, I believe, yes, yeah. It was forwarded from Ms. Maxwell, yes. Mr. Dyer, sorry, I don't quite understand that answer. Witness, I misspoke that. I did receive it from Ms. Maxwell. Mr. Dyer, okay. Question. The subject line does have FW, which to me indicates it's a forward. Do you know where the rest of this email chain is? Answer. My understanding of this is, it was a holiday in the UK, but Mr. Barden was not necessarily accessible at some point in time, so this had been sent to him originally by Ms. Maxwell, and because he was unavailable, she forwarded it to me for immediate action. I therefore respond, okay, Ghislaine, I'll go with this. It is my understanding that this is the agreed statement because the subject of the second one is, quote, urgent. This is the statement, close quote. So I take that as an instruction to send it out as a positive command, quote, this is the statement, close quote. Back to the text. Together, the email and Gao's testimony unequivocally established that defendant, not Barden, directed and, quote, commanded Gao to publish the defamatory statement. Accordingly, the first sentence of defendant's paragraph 18 is false. The second sentence, quote, this email was sent to more than 6 and probably less than 30 media representatives, close quote, amidst the fact that not only did Gao admit to emailing the statement to the press, but he also read it to over 30 media representatives over the phone. Question, back to the deposition. Do you recall ever reading the statement to the press or the media over the phone? It's very possible that I would have done so, yes. Continuing. Do you remember discussing that with the Guardian? No, I don't. I'm not saying I didn't, but I can't recall. You have to bear in mind, if you'd be so kind, that I've been speaking to over 30 journalists, that's in bold, and media outlets about this, and I can't recall the details of every single conversation. Thus, the second sentence, back to the text. Thus, the second sentence of defendant's paragraph 18 is also false. Defendant's purported facts 19. Among the media representatives were Martin Robinson of the Daily Mail, P. Peachy of the Independent, Nick Summerland of the Mirror, David Brown of the Times, and Nick Always and Joanne Pugh of the BBC, and David Mercer of the Press Association. These representatives were selected based on their request, after the joinder motion was filed, for a response from Ms. Maxwell to Ms. Giuffre's allegations in the motion. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre agrees to the first sentence. The second sentence is false. Accordingly, there is no record evidence that Gao or anyone else, quote, selected journalists, quote, for a response, or that there was any selection process whatsoever. To the contrary, Gao testified that anyone who inquired received a reference to the January 2015 defamatory response. And we're back to the deposition. Question. To the extent you can recall or could estimate, how many other emails do you believe you sent bearing that statement that's in Exhibit 2? Answer. I really can't remember, but certainly more than 6 and probably less than 30. Somewhere in between. Anytime there was an incoming query, it was either dealt with on the telephone by referring them back to the two statements of March 2011 and January 2015, or someone would email them the statement. So no one was left unanswered. That's in bold and underlined. Broadly is where we were, but I can't remember every single person we reached out to. Defendant's purported facts 20. And here we go. In case you missed the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh reading of the January 2015 statement, we're going to do it again. The email to the media members read, to whom it may concern. Please find attached a quotable statement on behalf of Ms. Maxwell. No further communication will be provided by her on this matter. Thank you for your understanding. Best, Ross. Ross Gow, Acuity Reputation. There's no comma between Best and Ross. I wonder if that was there before or not. Ross Gow, Acuity Reputation. Jane Doe 3 is Virginia Roberts, so not a new individual. The allegations made by Victoria Roberts against Ghislaine Maxwell are untrue. The original allegations are not new and have been fully responded to and shown to be untrue. Each time the story is retold, it changes with new salacious details about public figures and world leaders, and now it is alleged by Ms. Roberts that Alan Dershowitz is involved in having sexual relations with her, which he denies. See if we get cut off for that one or not. To continue. Ms. Roberts' claims are obvious lies and should be treated as such and not publicized as news, as they are defamatory. Ghislaine Maxwell's original response to the lies and defamatory claims remain the same. Maxwell strongly denies the allegations of an unsavory nature which have appeared in the British press and elsewhere, and reserves her right to seek redress at the repetition of such old defamatory claims. Ms. Giuffre's statement. While defendant cropped the body of the text of the email that was sent to news media representatives, she completely omitted the headings and metadata. Ms. Giuffre has put an image of the email below in Ms. Giuffre's paragraph. See, and there's a archive number. And okay, it's basically the header just shows communication between Ross and the media people listed, the first 6 media people listed in the initial email, or the first 6 outlets. There's nothing in there about from Barden or anything like that. Defendant's purported facts 21. Mr. Barden, who prepared the January 2015 statement, did not intend it as a traditional press release solely to disseminate public information to the media, so he intentionally did not pass it through a public relations firm such as Mr. Gow's firm, Acuity Reputation. That's totally false. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Defendant states, quote, Mr. Barden, who prepared the statement, did not intend it as a traditional press release solely to dissemination. No, that's a typo, because it says disseminate in the purported fact. Solely to disseminate information to the media, close quote. Ms. Giuffre contests this statement and all statements regarding Mr. Barden's belief and purposes and the like. Further, as stated in detail in Ms. Giuffre's opposition defendant's motion for summary judgment, this court should not even consider the Barden declaration. Additionally, there is absolutely no record evidence of Barden's intent, and the court should not consider it. The next sentence states, quote, so he intentionally did not pass it, the press release, through a public relations firm, such as Mr. Gow's firm, Acuity Reputation, close quote. Again, there is zero record evidence to support any assertion of Barden's intent. To the extent that this sentence claims that Barden did not give the statement to Gow, Ms. Giuffre does not dispute it, as described above. Defendant gave the statement to Gow with instructions to publish it. To the extent that this sentence claims that the statement did not pass, quote, through a public relations firm, such as Mr. Gow's firm, Acuity Reputation, close quote, Ms. Giuffre disputes that statement. Record documentary evidence and testimony established that this statement was disseminated through a public relations firm, namely Ross Gow's firm, Acuity Reputation. And here's a quote from a deposition. Question, approximately how long have you been providing such services? Answer, Acuity was set up in 2010. Defendant's purported facts 22. The January 2015 statement served two purposes. First, Mr. Barden intended that it mitigate the harm to Ms. Maxwell's reputation from the press's republication of Mr. Frey's false allegations. He believed these ends could be accomplished by suggesting to the media that, among other things, they should subject Mr. Frey's allegations to inquiry and scrutiny. For example, he noted in the statement that Mr. Frey's allegations changed dramatically over time, suggesting that they are obvious lies, quote unquote, and therefore should not be, quote, publicized as news. Mr. Frey's statement. Mr. Frey objects to this paragraph in its entirety. She disputes that the January 2015 statement, quote, served two purposes, as this statement is wholly unsupported by the record, which defendant again neglects to cite. Mr. Frey also contends the second sentence, in which defendant claims that, quote, Mr. Barden intended that it mitigate the harm to Ms. Maxwell's reputation from the press's republication of Mr. Frey's false allegations, close quote. First, Mr. Frey disputes any statement of Barden's intent as explained above. Second, Mr. Frey disputes that there was any, quote, republication by the press as a matter of law, as explained in her memorandum of law opposing summary judgment, as the press did not, quote, republish, unquote, the press statement under New York law. Third, Mr. Frey disputes that her allegations are false, quote, false, and cites to the following non-exhaustive sampling of evidence to corroborate her allegations against the defendant. There's a list of bullet points of declarations and depositions. Let me stop here for just a second to say something totally immaterial. Sometimes I'll say quote and then a word or two words, and then sometimes I'll say quote unquote. That's just me screwing up. They're the same thing. So if you hear quote and then I'll kind of lean in on one or two or three words, that's the quote. If I say quote unquote, that's just me screwing up. So again, a long list of bullet points. Here's an interesting one. Macaulay declaration on Exhibit 29, Black Book, in which defendant and other household staff maintain a roster of people of non-voting age, including redacted, who were minors at the time of the Palm Beach Police's investigation of Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, finishing with those citations, continuing on. Next, defendant states, quote, he, Barden, believed these ends could be accomplished by suggesting to the media that, among other things, they should subject Mr. Frey's allegations to inquiry and scrutiny, close quote. Mr. Frey disputes any statements as to Barden's, quote, belief. Mr. Frey disputes that the harm to the defendant's reputation could be mitigated by the media's inquiry into and scrutiny of Mr. Frey's allegations, because a deeper inquiry would only reveal additional evidence corroborating Mr. Frey's allegations, such as the evidence put forth in Mr. Frey's opposition memorandum of law and detailed in the bulleted captions supra. Defendant then states, quote, for example, he, Barden, noted in the statement that Mr. Frey's allegations changed dramatically over time, suggesting that they are, quote, obvious lies, and therefore should not be, quote, publicized as news. First, Mr. Frey disputes that Barden noted anything in the statement as that is unsubstantiated by the record evidence. Not to do defendant's work for her, but the closest evidence defendant has for such a statement is testimony from the Gow deposition, wherein Gow speculates that Barden, quote, had a hand in drafting the press statement, an opinion which may or may not be based on first-hand knowledge. And here's a question, exchange from a deposition. Question, okay, answer. And I say, quote, thanks, Philip, because I'm aware of the fact that he had a hand, a considerable hand in the drafting, close quote. Philip is, of course, Barden's first name. This is wholly insufficient to show who drafted the passages quoted by defendant above. Regardless of those passages' original author, it is ultimately defendant who, quote, noted anything because it is her statement and she directed that it be sent to the media and public. Second, Ms. Giuffre disputes that her allegations have changed over time, quote, dramatically or otherwise. Third, Ms. Giuffre disputes that the press release, quote, suggested that her allegations are, quote, obvious lies, because defendant's press release affirmatively, unambiguously stated that her allegations are, quote, obvious lies. There is no subtlety, suggestion, or statement of opinion here. C. Giuffre v. Maxwell, supplemental, quote, these statements, parenthetically, as they themselves allege, close parentheses, are capable of being proven true or false, and therefore constitute actionable fact and not opinion, close quote. Defendant's purported facts 23. Second, Mr. Barden intended that the January 2015 statement be a, quote, shot across the bow of the media, which he believed had been unduly eager to publish Ms. Giuffre's allegations without conducting any inquiry of their own. Accordingly, in the statement he repeatedly noted that Ms. Giuffre's allegations were, quote, defamatory. In this sense, the statement was intended as a cease and desist letter to the media recipients, letting the media recipients understand the seriousness with which Ms. Maxwell considered the publication of Ms. Giuffre's obviously false allegations and the legal indefensibility of their own conduct. Ms. Giuffre's statement. This paragraph is another purported statement of defendant's counsel, quote, counsel's intent. Defendant states, quote, second, Mr. Barden intended the January 2015 statement to be a, quote, shot across the bow, end quote, of the media, which he believed had been unduly eager to publicize Ms. Giuffre's allegations without conducting any inquiry of their own, close quotes. Not only does defendant once again refer to Mr. Barden's intent, but she also mischaracterizes the statement as a, quote, shot across the bow of the media. The press release did not threaten or give warning to the media in any way whatsoever. I'm going to have to agree with that. Sorry, back to the text. Next, Ms. Giuffre disputes the sentence, quote, accordingly, in the statement he repeatedly noted that Ms. Giuffre's allegations were, quote, defamatory, close quotes. Barden did not, quote, note anything in the statement, nor does defendant cite to any record evidence that he does. Furthermore, Ms. Giuffre denies that any of her allegations are defamatory in the slightest, as they are all true and substantiated by record evidence. Supra. Ms. Giuffre also disputes the sentence, quote, in this sense, the statement was intended as a cease and desist letter to the media recipients, letting the media recipients understand the seriousness by which Ms. Maxwell considered the publication of Ms. Giuffre's obviously false allegations and the legal indefensibility of their own conduct, close quote. First, Ms. Giuffre objects to any statement of Barden's intent as articulated above. Second, defendant's conventional press release was in no way any type of, quote, cease and desist letter. There is no record evidence in support of this claim, and defendant unsurprisingly cites to none. Third, Ms. Giuffre disputes that any media representatives would be given to understand, quote, the seriousness with which Ms. Maxwell considered the publication of Ms. Giuffre's obviously false allegations and the legal indefensibility of their own conduct, close quote, by defendant's self-serving press release, as that is unsupported by the record. Finally, Ms. Giuffre rejects that her allegations are, quote, obviously false, a claim which is completely unsupported by record evidence. Defendant's purported facts 24. Consistent with these two purposes, Mr. Gao's emails preface the statement with the following language, quote, please find attached a quotable statement on behalf of Ms. Maxwell, close quote. The statement was intended to be a single, one-time only comprehensive response quoted in full to Ms. Giuffre's December 30, 2014 allegations that would give the media Ms. Maxwell's response. The purpose of the prefatory statement was to inform the media representatives of this intent. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre disputes that any part of the defendant's, quote, press release, I'm sorry, that's not true. Any part of the defendant's press release is, quote, consistent with those two of Barden's purposes, close quote. Indeed, Ms. Giuffre disputes this and any statement relating to Barden's, quote, purposes as explained above. Next, Ms. Giuffre disputes that, quote, the statement was intended to be a single, one-time only comprehensive response quoted in full to Ms. Giuffre's December 30th, 2014 allegations that would give the media Ms. Maxwell's response, close quote. First, Ms. Giuffre disputes this and any statement relating to Barden's, quote, intent as explained above. Second, Ms. Giuffre disputes that anyone intended the press release to be a one-time only comprehensive response. The record evidence says otherwise. Gao repeatedly issued this statement via email and over the phone for months on end. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that statement there, because if Gao had been sending out the release with additions or subtractions, that would not be the same release. So the first one could not be considered a one-time response in full. But if he's sending out the same one over and over again to various outlets as they report the allegations that Giuffre posed in December 2014, I think that could be characterized as using a singular statement. Again, I'm not a lawyer, I could be wrong. It's just how it strikes me. Continuing. Next, defendant states, quote, the purpose of the prefatory statement was to inform the media recipients of this intent, close quote. First, Ms. Giuffre disputes this and any statement relating to Barden's purpose, as explained above. Second, Ms. Giuffre disputes that the press release was to inform the media of anything. Defendant issued a press release, instructed them to publish it by telling them it was, quote, quotable, and hired a press agent to feed it to the press. Question. We're back to a deposition here. Did Ms. Maxwell retain the services of you or your firm? Yes, she did. Is it your belief that agreement was in effect on January 2nd, 2015? Yes. Do you recall the terms of that agreement? Well, it was a reestablishment of an existing agreement, so if we go back to the original agreement, it was to provide public relations services to Ms. Maxwell in the matter of Giuffre and her activities. Back to the text. The record evidence shows that defendant's intent was for the press to publish her press release, and the other interpretation is not only contrary to logic, but unsupported by the record. Maybe they're talking more about the second part of the release that's supposedly a shot across the bow of the media to get them to stop publishing what Maxwell considers to be defamatory claims. In which case, I could see a swing towards Giuffre's side in that matter. But again, it's confusing for me. Defendant's purported facts 25. Ms. Giuffre's activities to bring light to the rights of victims of sexual abuse. Ms. Giuffre has engaged in numerous activities to bring attention to herself, to the prosecution and punishment of wealthy individuals such as Epstein, and to her claimed interest of bringing light to the rights of victims of sexual abuse. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Agreed to the portion of defendant's assertion in bold font. Let me read that part so you know it's in bold. Here it is. Ms. Giuffre's activities to bring light to the rights of victims of sexual abuse. Okay. To continue under Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre has not engaged in activities to bring attention to herself. Rather, she has taken action to aid in the prosecution of her abusers, and she seeks to bring light to the rights of victims of sexual abuse. Defendant's purported facts 26. Ms. Giuffre created an organization, Victims Refuse Silence Incorporated, a Florida corporation directly related to her alleged experience as a victim of sexual abuse. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre created Victims Refuse Silence Incorporated in order to help other sexually trafficked victims find the resources they need to recover and heal. and then they give the URL, which is www.victimsrefusesilence.org. I have that right here. It is an interesting page in that it's not very well fleshed out. See right here, select your state for a list of resources, but that is not a clickable link. That is just text underlined. And then right here at the very bottom, you probably can't read it, but it says copyright 2015 by Victims Refuse Silence, a registered 501c3 charity. So this site basically has not been updated in quite some time. It does have the phone number for the National Trafficking Hotline, but as far as resources and things like that, it is pretty not there. Nothing under national or state resources. Thing here for saving survivors. This is an interesting point right here. Let me dwell on it for a second. This is a application for you to receive a stipend from Victims Refuse Silence that can be used for some things like food, shelter, educational assistance, substance abuse treatment, psychological services, and other things. I have no idea if anyone's ever received a stipend, nor would I have any way of knowing. But it is an interesting section of the website. And of course, there's their mission, which is wholly, woefully put out here. A very small font on a huge white page. It looks very underwhelming. It's a nice goal, but very underwhelming. Now, Virginia's story is much better, although still that's a fairly indistinct font, and I think it could be punched up more. So not a great website, not updated in 4 years, but it is there. It is there. She did make this. Defendant's purported facts, 27. The goal of Victims Refuse Silence, quote, was and continues to be to help survivors surmount the shame, silence, and intimidation typically experienced by victims of sexual abuse, close quote. Towards this end, Ms. Giuffre has, quote, dedicated her professional life to helping victims of sex trafficking, close quote. Ms. Giuffre's statement, agreed. What else can you say? Defendant's purported facts, 28. Ms. Giuffre repeatedly has sought out media organizations to discuss her alleged experience as a victim of abuse. Ms. Giuffre's statement, denied. Ms. Giuffre was approached by numerous media outlets and refused to speak to most of them. Media organizations sought her out. She did not seek them out. And there's an email from Sharon Churcher seeking to interview Ms. Giuffre. Now, one odd thing here is Giuffre did give Churcher a number of interviews around the 2011 time frame, so I'm not exactly sure where they're going with that. Defendant's purported facts, 29. On December 30, 2014, Ms. Giuffre publicly filed a, quote, entirely unnecessary joinder motion laden with, quote, unnecessary, quote, lurid details about being, quote, sexually abused, there I said it, as a, quote, victim of status being less than legal age to vote, by wealthy and famous men, and being, quote, sent out all around the world as a person of chattel status being used for immoral purposes. Ms. Giuffre's statement, see Ms. Giuffre's paragraph 7 supra, listing multiple reasons why details were, in fact, necessary. Defendant's purported facts, 30. The Ms. Giuffre alleged purpose in filing the joinder motion was to, quote, vindicate her rights under the CVRA, expose the government's, quote, secretly negotiated quote, non-prosecution agreement with Epstein, quote, shed tremendous public light on Epstein and, quote, other powerful individuals that would undermine the agreement and support the CVRA. Ms. Giuffre's request for documents that would show how Epstein, quote, used his powerful political and social connections to secure a favorable plea deal, close quote, and the government's, quote, motive to aid Epstein and his, quote, co-conspirators. Ms. Giuffre's statement. See Ms. Giuffre's paragraph 7 supra, listing multiple purposes of Ms. Giuffre's lawyer's filing of the motion. Defendant's purported facts 31. Ms. Giuffre has written the manuscript of a book she has been trying to publish, detailing her alleged experience as a victim of abuse and of being sent out in Epstein's alleged scheme regarding physical exploitation. Ms. Giuffre's statement. See Ms. Giuffre's paragraph 52 infra, explaining that the context of the statement is misleading. Defendant's purported facts 32. Republicans, Freudian slip there, folks, Freudian slip. Republication alleged by Ms. Giuffre. Ms. Giuffre was required by interrogatory number 6 to identify any false statements attributed to Ms. Maxwell that were, quote, published globally, including within the Southern District of New York, close quote, as Ms. Giuffre alleged in paragraph 9 of count 1 of her complaint. In response, Ms. Giuffre identified the January 2015 statement in 9 instances in which various news media published portions of the January 2015 statement in news articles or broadcast stories. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. I read the whole thing. I screw up from time to time. Ms. Giuffre objects to this paragraph in its entirety, starting with the bold heading, quote, republication alleged by Ms. Giuffre. There is no, quote, republication as a matter of law in this case, as explained in Ms. Giuffre's memorandum of law. Accordingly, Ms. Giuffre is not and has not alleged republication, as noted in her objection that it is defendant who possesses the knowledge as to where the defamatory statements were published. Unsurprisingly, defendant failed to comply with Ms. Giuffre's discovery requests on the same. As defendant already knows, Ms. Giuffre provided a sampling of defendant's defamatory statements published by the news media as, quote, identification of an exhaustive responsive list would be unduly burdensome, close quote. This, of course, is because defendant caused her statement to be published in an enormous number of media outlets. Ms. Giuffre's full response to interrogatory number 6 is below. As the court can see, these 9 instances were a good faith effort to provide some samples, as it would be virtually impossible to provide all of them below. Ms. Giuffre has also put forth an exhaustive expert report and expert testimony from Jim Jansen regarding the dissemination of defendant's defamatory press release. Excuse me. And these are initial objections to the interrogatory that were referenced above. To quote, Ms. Giuffre objects because the information or interrogatory above is in the possession of defendant, who has failed to comply with her production obligations in this matter, and has failed to comply with her production obligations with this very subject matter. See document request 17 from Ms. Giuffre's second request for production of documents to defendant Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell has not produced all, quote, URL or internet addresses for any internet version of such publication, quote, that she directed her agent, Roscoe, to send. Ms. Giuffre further objects because the information requested above is in the possession of defendant's agent, who caused the false statement to be issued to various media outlets. Ms. Giuffre has not had the opportunity to depose Maxwell's agent, Roscoe. Therefore, this answer remains incomplete. As you've seen, they have been ultimately able to depose him. I got to check the temperature on this PC. It's getting really hot in here. The AC hasn't kicked on in a bit, so let me just pull down here. Fire up the Dragon Center. Oops. Oh, that's right. That's right. I'll have to drop this. There it is. Pardon me for the interruption. Loading, loading, loading. This normally doesn't take quite so long. Hopefully there's nothing wrong. There we go. Okay. Nope. Nope, nice and chilly. Nice and chilly. 117 Fahrenheit at the CPU core, 106 in the system. It is cold in there. Awesome, awesome. Okay, I'll shrink that. Pull it up later if I need to. Thank you, Iron Slippers. I appreciate it. You guys are very kind to me. Very kind to me. You put up with a lot. Here's to you. Mr. Frey further, we're right here. The second paragraph. Mr. Frey further objects because the information requested above is in the possession of defendant's agent, who has caused the false statements to be issued to various media outlets. There goes the AC. Mr. Frey has not had the opportunity to depose Maxwell's agent Roscoe. Therefore, this answer remains incomplete. Oh, I'd already read that. My apologies. Consequently, Mr. Frey reserves the right to modify and/or supplement her responses, as information is largely in the possession of the defendant and her agent. Mr. Frey objects to this interrogatory in that it violates Rule 33, as its subparts, in combination with the other interrogatories, exceed the allowable 25 interrogatories. Mr. Frey objects to this request because it is in the public domain. Mr. Frey also objects in that it seeks information protected by the attorney-client work product privilege and any other applicable privilege stated in the general objections. Notwithstanding such objections, Mr. Frey has already produced documents, supplements, such responsive documents with the following list of publications. While the identification of an exhaustive responsive list would be unduly burdensome, in an attempt to make a good faith effort towards compliance, Mr. Frey provides the following examples, which are incomplete based on the aforementioned reasons. And here we've seen this list before, a number of articles that were published on the internet by Roscoe, Bolton News, Telegraph, Daily Mail, Huffington Post, Express, Jewish News Online, New York Daily News, and AOL UK. And these are all articles publishing the January 2015 statement from Roscoe. Defendant's purported facts 33. In none of the 9 instances was there any publication of the entire January 2015 statement. Mr. Frey's statement. While there may be certain publications who did not print every word of defendant's lengthy press release, most publications quoted the most salient, to-the-point parts of defendant's statement that call Mr. Frey a liar. In each of the 9 articles listed above, the defamatory statement, as articulated by the complaint and as identified by the court as actionable, is published. See Giuffre v. Maxwell, and here's a quote from the judge, quote, statements that Giuffre's claims, internal quote, against defendant are untrue, close internal quote, have been internal quote shown to be untrue, and are internal quote obvious lies, have a specific and readily understood factual meaning, that Giuffre is not telling the truth about her history of abuse and defendant's role, and that some verifiable investigation has occurred and come to a definitive conclusion providing that fact. Second, these statements, as they themselves allege, are capable of being proven true or false. and therefore constitute actionable fact and not an opinion, close quote. Ms. Giuffre also put forth extensive evidence of the mass distribution of defendant's defamatory statement to over 66 million viewers through her expert witness, Jim Jansen. Wow. Of course, that could be very well like, impressions on Facebook. Um, Perhaps not such a hard number as it is lent to believe. Defendant's purported facts 34. Ms. Maxwell and her agents exercised no control over authority or authority over any media organization, including the media identified in Ms. Giuffre's response to interrogatory number 6 in connection with the media's publication of portions of the January 2015 statement. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre disputes this statement in its entirety as it is completely devoid of record evidence. In fact, the record establishes the contrary. First, defendant hired Gao because his position allowed him to influence the press to publish her defamatory statement. A sampling of Gao's testimony establishes just that. And we're referring to Gao's deposition again. Question. Did Ms. Maxwell retain the services of you or your firm? Yes, she did. Is it your belief that that agreement was in effect on January 2nd, 2015? Yes. We already read that. Okay, here's another one. You can answer to the extent that anything you testify to is not protected by a privilege. Answer. Ms. Roberts first came to my attention on or around March 2011 when I was called into a meeting with Philip Barden and Ms. Maxwell at Devonshire's law office that Ms. Giuffre had made extremely unpleasant allegations about Ms. Maxwell's private life. We were, Acuity Reputation, my firm, was called in to protect Ms. Maxwell's reputation and to set the record straight. That work commenced on or around March of 2011. Question. Does this document fairly depict pages from Acuity Reputation's website? It does. Do you see where it says, we manage reputation and forge opinion through public relations, strategic communications, and high-level networking? I do. Is that a true statement? Say it again, sorry. Is that a true statement? It is, yes. I wrote that statement. Okay. Do you see where your website claims that your company has, quote, excellent relationships with the media? I do. Is that a statement? That is true, yeah. Is it correct that you advertise your, quote, excellent relationship with the media because your services often include giving communications to the media on behalf of your clients? Yes. Back to the text. In addition to testimonial evidence, the proof is also in the result. By using Gao to issue her press release, defendant caused her statement to be published by numerous major news organizations with wide readership all over the globe. Accordingly, the record evidence shows that Ms. Maxwell, through her agent, had immense control and authority over the media, convincing major news outlets to publish her words based on nothing more than a single email from Gao. I've not ever been sure about this particular argument. I lean towards Giuffre for this whole thing, but I think in this particular description, I don't know if they're going to get away with that one. It's only one of many. It's one of 34 right now. But, again, my non-legal opinion. Check something here real fast. Okay, good. Defendant's purported facts 35. Ms. Giuffre's defamation against Ms. Maxwell. 8 years after Epstein's guilty plea, Ms. Giuffre brought this action, repeating many of the allegations she made in her CVRA joinder motion. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Agreed, but noting that the defamation cause of action against defendant did not accrue until defendant defamed her in January of 2015, the same year Ms. Giuffre filed suit against defendant for defamation. Defendant's purported facts 36. The complaint alleged that the January 2015 statement, quote, contained the following deliberate falsehoods. A. That Giuffre's sworn allegations, quote, against Ghislaine Maxwell are untrue, unquote. That the allegations have been, quote, shown to be untrue. I'm sorry, that's B. C. That Giuffre's line claims are obvious lies. It's a quote unquote. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Agreed. However, in discovery, defendant was finally forced to produce the complete press release she issued. Defendant's purported facts 37. Ms. Giuffre lived independently from his parents with her fiancé long before meeting Epstein or Maxwell. After leaving the Growing Together drug rehabilitation facility in 1999, Ms. Giuffre moved in with the family of a fellow patient. There she met and became engaged to her friend's brother, James Michael Ostrich. Again, that's spelled Austrich, not O-S. She and Ostrich thereafter rented an apartment in the Fort Lauderdale area with another friend, and both worked at various jobs in that area. Later, they stayed briefly with Ms. Giuffre's parents in the Palm Beach, Loxahatchee, Florida area before Ostrich rented an apartment for the couple on Bent Oak Drive in Royal Palm Beach. Although Ms. Giuffre agreed to marry Ostrich, she never had any intention of doing so. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre did not voluntarily live independently from her parents with her fiancé. Rather, Ms. Giuffre was a troubled minor child who was not truly engaged prior to meeting defendant and Epstein. Where Ms. Giuffre lived and who she lived with, whom, are not relevant to the issues being decided in this action. Again, this is merely a transparent distraction from the case that is actually at issue, and is being used for the sole purpose of inserting conjecture in an effort to distract the court and ultimately the jury. Although Ostrich testified that he proposed to Ms. Giuffre on Valentine's Day, Ms. Giuffre was a troubled teen who could not realistically be considered a fiancé in the true sense of the word, nor was she of legal age to marry. In fact, as accurately described by defendant, Ms. Giuffre never had any intention of marrying Ostrich. Given that Ms. Giuffre was a child with limited legal capacity at this point, and that she did not have any intention of marrying Ostrich, a reasonable person could not assert that Ms. Giuffre was engaged. No, it's a very interesting argument. I like it. Defendant's purported facts 38. Ms. Giuffre re-enrolled in high school from June 21, 2000 until March 7, 2002. After finishing the 9th grade school year at Forest Hills High School on June 9, 1999, Ms. Giuffre re-enrolled at Wellington Adult High School on June 21, 2000, again on August 16, 2000, and again on August 14, 2001. Excuse me. On December 20, 2001, Ms. Giuffre then enrolled at Royal Palm Beach High School. A few weeks later, on October 12, 2001, she matriculated at Survivors Charter School. Survivors Charter School was an alternative school designed to assist students who had been unsuccessful at more traditional schools. Ms. Giuffre remained enrolled at Survivors Charter School until March 7, 2002. She was present 56 days and absent 13 days during her time there. Ms. Giuffre never received her high school diploma or GED. Ms. Giuffre and Figueroa, and that's Anthony Figueroa, her on-again, off-again felon boyfriend. Ms. Giuffre and Figueroa went, quote, back to school together at Survivors Charter School. The school day there lasted from morning until early afternoon. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. Ms. Giuffre denies this statement. Either defendant is blatantly misleading this court, or defendant does not simply know how to interpret Ms. Giuffre's school records. The record produced by defendant is specifically titled A07 Assignment History, which reflects semester start and end dates per each 180-day school year, not dates that Ms. Giuffre physically enrolled or withdrew from school. And here is her transcript. While grade 30 indicates adult education, Ms. Frey's attendance records indicate she was not present in school between 6/21/2000 and 9/20/2001. And there are withdrawal codes. Withdrawal codes, adult student. Withdrawal code 26. Any student who withdraws from school to enter the adult education program prior to completion of graduation requirements. 32. Any adult student who left the class program to enter another training program. And 47. Any adult student who is procedurally withdrawn at the end of the term or school year who will continue in the class/program in the next term or school year. There's a link, I believe, to these records. It goes to the Florida Department of Education. More importantly, Mr. Frey's school transcripts clearly indicate, quote, no courses taken for the 99-2000 and 2000-2001 school years. Mr. Frey's attempt to work and resume school at Survivors Charter School as a 10th grader in the 01-02 school year was limited to a portion of the school year, 10/20/01 to 3/07/02, and further substantiates Ms. Jeffrey's testimony that she attempted to get away from Epstein's abuse, along with the following testimony by Figueroa. Question: was there a period of time between 2001 and when she left in 2002 here she was not working for Jeffrey? Yes. What period of time was that? Answer: it was pretty much like when she was actually working as a server, like basically because we were trying not to have her go back there. She did not want to go back there, and we were trying to just work without needing his money, you know? Continuing with the deposition. So the thing that Virginia was tired of was it that Virginia was trying to get away and stop with respect to working at Jeffrey Epstein's house? Answer: to stop being used and abused. Continuing with the text. Even still, if the records are correct, ran out of tea. There we go. Even still, if the records are correct, which Ms. Jeffrey does not concede, the records indicate that Ms. Jeffrey's attendance was poor, with 69 days present and 32 days absent out of a required 180-day school year, and that she, in bold, was not enrolled at the end of the school year. So then we have the transcript. Ms. Jeffrey's obvious gap in her school attendance, her presence verified by Epstein's pilot on flight logs, and an abundance of witness testimony all corroborate her story that Ms. Jeffrey, that's what it says, was flying domestically and internationally with Epstein at least 32 times between 12/11/2000 and 7/28/2001 and 6/21/2002 and 8/21/2002. Parenthetically, defendant traveling with Ms. Jeffrey on 23 of the flights. And we have some references to the flight log. That the copies of I can't remember the pilot's name now. Darn it. Anyway, the copies of the pilot's flight log or logs are available in the text here, but they are all scanned. They're landscape pages, and they're scanned in portrait. Very difficult to read in this particular document viewer because it does not allow you to rotate the pages. I don't know if it's possible to load this as a PDF because this is an HTML document. I haven't really researched that. If some of you who are much, much smarter than I am, and I mean all of you, can let me know of a way to do that, much obliged. Will it happen again? I don't know. But having it as a PDF would be somewhat useful. And just put it in the comments at the bottom of one of the videos. I get notified of all of them. I read all of them. So if you find a way and put it in there, I'll see it. I'll definitely see it. And I do have Adobe Acrobat converter, so maybe I should have figured that out on my own. And here's a question from a deposition. Do you know how long Virginia had been coming over to the house before she started traveling on an airplane with Ghislaine and Jeffrey? Witness. Not too long. I don't think it was too long after that. Defendant's purported facts 39. During the year 2000, Ms. Giuffre worked at numerous jobs. In 2000, while living with her fiancé, Ms. Giuffre held 5 different jobs at Aviculture Breeding and Research Center, Southeast Employee Management Company, the Club at Mar-a-Lago, Oasis Outsourcing, and Neiman Marcus. Her taxable earnings that year totaled nearly $9,000. Ms. Giuffre cannot now recall either Southeast Employee Management Company or Oasis Outsourcing jobs. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre disputes this statement. During 2000, Ms. Giuffre shared an apartment with her then-boyfriend, James Michael Ostrich, and his friend Mario. Although Ostrich testified that he proposed to Ms. Giuffre on Valentine's Day, Ms. Giuffre was a troubled teen who could not realistically be considered a fiancé in the true sense of the word, nor was she of legal age to marry. While Ms. Giuffre held various jobs in 2000, quote, Social Security Association records do not show the exact date of employment, month and day, because they do not need this information to figure Social Security benefits. The reason that Ms. Giuffre cannot recall 2 companies listed on her SSA records, Southeast Employee Management Company or Oasis Outsourcing, is simply because they were not her employers. Had defendant bothered to run a simple internet search, she would have ruled them out as being payroll and benefit administration companies. And there's a link to Oasis Advantage, to Progressive Employer. There's a link to a Business Wire article about Progressive Employee Services, Southeast Employee Management. Ms. Giuffre has testified that she believes she worked at a Taco Bell, at an aviary, then Mar-a-Lago. Ostrich also testified that Ms. Giuffre worked with him at a Taco Bell, as well as a pet store for, quote, over a month, before working at Mar-a-Lago. Neither Taco Bell nor the pet store are listed on Ms. Giuffre's SSA records because they were most likely paid through payroll companies. Ms. Giuffre also testified that she volunteered at an aviary where they eventually put her on the payroll, but paid her very little. Aviculture Breeding and Research Center taxable earnings for 2000 is $99.48. Wow. Pardon the pun, but that's barely enough to wet your beak. Defendant's purported facts. 40. Ms. Giuffre's employment at the Mar-a-Lago Spa began in the fall of 2000. Ms. Giuffre's father, Sky Roberts, was hired as a maintenance worker at the Mar-a-Lago Club in Palm Beach, Florida, beginning on April 11, 2000. Mr. Roberts worked there year-round for approximately 3 years. After working there for a period of time, Mr. Roberts became acquainted with the head of the spa and recommended Ms. Giuffre for a job there. Mar-a-Lago closes every Mother's Day and reopens on November 1. Most of employees at Mar-a-Lago, I had to add that word, including all employees of the spa areas, such as, quote, spa attendants, are, quote, seasonal and work only when the club is open, i.e., between November 1 and Mother's Day. Ms. Giuffre was hired as a, quote, seasonal spa attendant to work at the Mar-a-Lago Club in the fall of 2000 after she had turned 17. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre disputes this statement. Defendant cannot simply infer Giuffre's employment history and claim it to be undisputed. The Mar-a-Lago Club produced 177 pages of records in response to defendant's subpoena. However, not one page indicated Ms. Giuffre's actual dates of employment, nor whether she was a full-time or a seasonal employee. In fact, the only significant record produced was a single, vague chart entry indicating that Ms. Giuffre was terminated in 2000. And we went over that Friday, I believe. You can see here's the let me blow this up. Here we go. I don't think that blew it up at all. Here we go. So, right here at the bottom, we've got Roberts, Virginia, box number 4. If you come over here, box number 4 means she was part of a 2000 termination. That's it. That's all you got. Oh, okay, I know what I did here. Hang on. Reset. Whoa, come on. That's not right. There we go. Weird. Let's see, where was that? Back up here. Yeah, okay. Continuing on. Job postings and job descriptions. Can I come up one more? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Job postings and job descriptions produced by Mar-a-Lago from 2002 and later are irrelevant to Ms. Giuffre's employment because they are from after she worked there. Ms. Giuffre testified that Mar-a-Lago was a summer job. In fact, her father, Sky Roberts, testified that he referred his daughter for employment and she did not get the job through a posting. He drove his daughter to and from work, consistent with his full-time schedule. He believes the spa, like the kitchen/dining room, was open to local guests in the summer, and that his daughter was not attending school when she worked at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, Juan Alessi testified that it was, quote, summer when defendant approached Ms. Giuffre at Mar-a-Lago because he specifically remembered, quote, that day I was sweating like hell in the car, waiting for Ms. Maxwell to come out of the massage. Dude, she wouldn't let you run the air conditioning? Wow. There's something going on there. Defendant purports facts 41. Ms. Giuffre represented herself as a masseuse for Jeffrey Epstein. While working at the Mar-a-Lago spa and reading a library book about massage, Ms. Giuffre met Ms. Maxwell. Ms. Giuffre thereafter told her father that she got a job working for Jeffrey Epstein as a masseuse. Ms. Giuffre's father took her to Epstein's house on one occasion around that time, and Epstein came outside and introduced himself to Mr. Roberts. Ms. Giuffre commenced employment as a traveling masseuse for Mr. Epstein. Ms. Giuffre was excited about her job as a masseuse, about traveling with him, and about meeting famous people. Ms. Giuffre represented that she was employed as a masseuse beginning in January 2001. Ms. Giuffre never mentioned Ms. Maxwell to her then fiancé, Ostrich. Ms. Giuffre's father never met Ms. Maxwell. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre denies defendant's false and factually unsupported narrative. In Florida, a person cannot work as a masseuse until she is, quote, at least 18 years of age or has received a high school diploma or high school equivalency diploma. Ms. Giuffre was a minor child under the age of 18 when she was working at Mar-a-Lago as a spa attendant. She was approached by a defendant who told her she could make money as a masseuse, a profession in which Ms. Giuffre had no experience. Sky Roberts, Ms. Giuffre, here's a parenthetical after one of the deposition citations. Sky Roberts, Ms. Giuffre's father, verified Ms. Giuffre's account that defendant recruited his daughter to, quote, learn massage therapy, close quote. Ms. Giuffre's father drove her to Jeffrey Epstein's house, the address of which was given to her by defendant. Ms. Giuffre was led into the house and was instructed by defendant on how to give a massage, during which Epstein and defendant turned the massage into a physical act and offered Ms. Giuffre money and a better life to be compliant in the demands of defendant and Epstein. The minor Ms. Giuffre then began traveling with defendant and Epstein on private planes and having activities with people for money, working not as a legitimate masseuse, but in a position of acting involuntarily for other people's physical needs. Epstein's house manager, Juan Alessi, described defendant's methodical routine of how she prepared a list of places ahead of time, then drove to each place for the purpose of recruiting girls to massage Epstein. Alessi also stated that on multiple occasions he drove defendant to pre-planned places while she recruited girls for, I'm going to have to stop saying that word, for rub. He further identified that he witnessed Ms. Giuffre at Epstein's house on the very same day that he witnessed defendant recruit Ms. Giuffre from Mar-a-Lago. Joanna Schoberg, I don't know how to pronounce that, it's Swiss. I know nothing about that language, so I'm going with it. Joanna Schoberg, through her sworn testimony, demonstrated that defendant recruited her in a similar fashion by driving to the college campus where she attended school and approached her to work at Epstein's home answering phones. Schoberg testified that she answered phones for one day before defendant propositioned her to rub feet for $100 an hour. The following day, Schoberg was paired with defendant's assistant, Emily Taylor, who provided her with massage rub training on Epstein. Ms. Giuffre's then boyfriend, Ostrich, testified that he could not recall the name of the person who recruited Ms. Giuffre. However, he did say that she was recruited by someone to work for Epstein as a massage therapist, but that Ms. Giuffre did not have any experience. Neither Ms. Giuffre nor Schoberg were licensed or trained in rub, but were invited soon after being recruited to travel with Epstein on his private plane to rub him. Defendant's purported facts, 42. Ms. Giuffre resumed her relationship with convicted felon Anthony Figueroa. In spring 2001, while living with Ostrich, Ms. Giuffre lied to and cheated on him with her high school boyfriend, Anthony Figueroa. Anthony Figueroa is a piece of dirt. Maybe he's turned his life around since 2001, since 2002, but at the time, he's pretty much worthless. Girls like the bad boys. They won't marry him, but they'll hang out with him. Ms. Giuffre and Ostrich thereafter broke up, and Figueroa moved into the Bent Oak apartment with Ms. Giuffre. When Ostrich returned to the Bent Oak apartment to check on his pets, which were numerous, and retrieve his belongings, Figueroa, in Ms. Giuffre's presence, punched Ostrich in the face. Figueroa and Ms. Giuffre fled the scene before police arrived. Figueroa was then a convicted felon and a drug abuser on probation for possession of a controlled substance. Ms. Giuffre's statement controverting defendant's facts. I read the whole thing there. This entire statement is wholly irrelevant to the case being tried, thank you, and is improperly being inserted to tarnish the record. Ms. Giuffre's dating history as a young teen bears no relationship to the allegations made within Ms. Giuffre's complaint against defendant. So here, real quickly, you've got Maxwell, including how Giuffre's lurid allegations towards Maxwell and Epstein in her joinder motion to come along with the CVRA claim by Jane Doe 1 and 2. They complain about that, and they use it all the time as a way to impugn Giuffre's character. Yet they do the exact same thing by using as a listed fact Giuffre's dating history. To continue. As previously stated, defendant is attempting to muddy the record with nonsensical teen drama in an effort to detract from her salacious abuse of a person not of voting age. Such statements bear no relation to the issues presented through her motion for summary judgment and should be given weight reflecting the same. As specifically set forth in Ms. Giuffre's objections to designated testimony, the alleged information would be excluded by multiple rules of evidence and contested by Ms. Giuffre. Moreover, it was the defendant who solicited Anthony Figueroa to recruit high school age girls for Epstein. I should have read that better. Defendant's purported facts 43. Ms. Giuffre freely and voluntarily contacted the police to come to her aid in 2000 and 2002, but never reported to them that she was Epstein's person of chattel status performing physical acts. In August 2001, at age 17, while living in the same apartment, Ms. Giuffre and Figueroa hosted a party with a number of guests. During the party, according to Ms. Giuffre, someone entered Ms. Giuffre's room and stole $500 from her shirt pocket. Reading the police affidavit, the $500 was in a wallet in the shirt pocket. So it's not like she had a bundle of cash in plain view, but there was a wallet in plain view and somebody went for it. Ms. Giuffre contacted the police. She met and spoke with police officers regarding the incident and filed a report. She did not disclose to the officer that she was a person as we referred to earlier. A second time, in June 2002, Ms. Giuffre contacted the police to report that her former landlord had left her belongings by the roadside and had lit her mattress on fire. That was a fascinating police report. Again, Ms. Giuffre met and spoke with law enforcement officers, but did not complain that she was a victim of any trafficking or abuse, or that she was being held as a term as we noted above. Ms. Giuffre's statement. This statement is misleading in several respects and irrelevant. The fact that Ms. Giuffre did contact police on 2 occasions for 2 specific purposes and did not take that opportunity to also inform the police of everything else that was going on in her life at the time is immaterial. Defendant implies that any time someone calls the police for one thing, they should tell the police about every other crime, regardless of the relevance to the crime to which the police responded, and regardless to the threat to herself, should she report on these powerful people, a point we have made several times previously. Moreover, as Professor Coonan explained, quote, popular understandings of the term person of chattel status being used for physical acts might still connote images of violent daddies, white slavery, or victims chained to a bed in a house of ill repute in the minds of some people. To call Ms. Giuffre a victim of being sent out, however, would however very accurately convey the reality that she, along with a great many other victims of contemporary forms of chattelship, are often exploited by the, quote, invisible chains of fraud and psychological coercion. Ms. Giuffre specifically testified that she was fearful of defendant and Epstein, and accordingly, she would not have reported her abusers. She also knew that Epstein had control over the Palm Beach police, which is why I sometimes call Detective Riccari Detective Clouseau. On the surface, it seems like he did a great job on the investigation, but you scratch that veneer just a little bit, and you see it was all particle board. Oh, hey, SRS, I did not see you come in. Thank you for stopping by. We'll be here for another hour and 15 minutes, so hopefully dinner will not take so long. Happy that you showed up. Thank you. Defendant's purported facts. 44. From August 2001 until September 2002, Epstein and Maxwell were almost entirely absent from Florida on documented travel unaccompanied by Ms. Giuffre. Excuse me, please. That's my spaghetti con olio and anchovies. Delicious. Italian American Club here in town. Delicious food. Best garlic bread in the world. I'm saying that to someone who's had a lot of garlic bread. If you could see my middle, you could tell I've had a lot of garlic bread. To continue, flight logs maintained by Epstein's private pilot Dave Rogers. Dave Rogers, that's it. I was going to say Peters. Evidence the substantial number of trips away from Florida that Epstein and Maxwell took, unaccompanied by Ms. Giuffre, between August 2001 and September 2002. Rogers maintained a log of all flights on which Epstein and Maxwell traveled with him. Epstein additionally traveled with another pilot who did not keep such logs, and he also occasionally traveled via commercial flights. Right there is a hole you could drive a truck through. Rogers kept logs. So all of those flights, he didn't have Virginia Roberts' name in the logs. But he's not the only pilot that Epstein had. So there were other trips that were not recorded. And Epstein also flew commercially. Trips that would have only required a passport. And we have seen Virginia Giuffre's Nee Roberts' passport application earlier in these documents. So I guess if you really wanted to check commercially, you could look at her visa records or entry and exit records. To continue, for substantially all of 13 months of the 22 months from November 2000 until September 2002 that Ms. Giuffre lived in Palm Beach and knew Epstein, Epstein was traveling outside of Florida unaccompanied by Ms. Giuffre. During the same period of time, Ms. Giuffre was employed at various jobs, enrolled in school, and living with her boyfriend. Yeah, she was missing a lot of work. We saw a termination letter from one of her jobs, the veterinary office, where it was flatly stated that she was constantly calling in, not showing up for work, giving excuses like her engine fell out of her car, or the axle broke, and her boyfriend. The electric company's outside my house. Interesting. Anyway, yes, the axle broke on the car, and her boyfriend fixed it on the side of the road. A feat I would love to see. And they let her go. I believe they said that she was obviously a person who was dealing with issues and needed time to get them straightened out. Words to that effect. Ms. Giuffre's statement. The flight logs produced in this matter provide substantive evidence of Ms. Giuffre's travel while in the control of defendant Epstein, but are clearly incomplete. Moreover, Ms. Giuffre was also flown by defendant on commercial flights. Ms. Giuffre disputes defendant's statement to the contrary, as reliance upon incomplete records to prove that Ms. Giuffre was not in fact in the presence of defendant and Epstein is insufficient. Ms. Giuffre incorporates additional details contained in response number 38 and number 46 herein. Ms. Giuffre's obvious gap in her school records, her presence verified by Epstein's pilot on flight logs, and witness testimony corroborate her story that she was traveling with defendant and Epstein. In fact, flight logs and pilot testimony clearly prove that Ms. Giuffre was flying domestically and internationally with Epstein at least 32 times between 12/11/2000 and 7/28/2001 and 6/21/02 and 8/21/02. Defendant traveling with Ms. Giuffre on 23 of the flights. As defendant acknowledges in her own statement number 44, flight records are incomplete. There were several pilots and co-pilots that flew with Epstein and Maxwell. They are Larry Visosky, Dave Rogers, Bill Hammond, Pete Rathgeb, Gary Roxburgh, and Bill Murphy in multiple aircrafts. Okay, there was the Boeing 727, there was the Gulfstream 2, G2, and yet only one pilot, David Rogers, produced flight records. In addition, many of the girls recruited by defendant routinely traveled on commercial flights for the purposes of providing services to Epstein or guests at Epstein's New York, New Mexico, or U.S. Virgin Islands hotels. As thoroughly depicted below, Ms. Giuffre's passport application, travel records, and witness testimony clearly demonstrate flight logs are incomplete because only one pilot kept a log, and Ms. Giuffre also flew commercially while she worked for defendant and Epstein. Do you want to use that phrase, worked? Kind of worked lends a legitimacy to what she's doing. I don't know if I would use that. Anyway, that's just me. For example, on December 11, 2001, while underage, Ms. Giuffre appears on Rogers' flight log, Flight 1433, traveling with Epstein, Maxwell, and Emmy Taylor from Palm Beach to Teterboro, New Jersey. Then on December 14, 2001, number 1434, continues traveling with Epstein and Maxwell to the U.S. Virgin Islands. However, there are no flight records of Ms. Giuffre's return to Palm Beach. Question. This is from the pilot, Rogers. Dread Pilot Rogers. I had to do it. I'm sorry. I had to do it. We need a little levity every now and then. Dread Pilot Rogers. Deposition. Quote. Question. Do you know how Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, Adam Perry Lang, and Virginia got off St. Thomas or leave the island? Answer. No, I do not. Probably a charter, I'm guessing. There's the pertinent list of the flight records from his logbook. The logbooks are almost exactly the same. There are logbooks for non-commercial pilots that are a bit abbreviated compared to the logbooks for commercial pilots. There's a couple extra lines that you would use in a commercial pilot logbook, extra columns, but they're very, very similar. And I've got mine. I believe I've got 2 or 3 logbooks. Definitely 2. On January 12, 2001, at defendant's directive, Ms. Giuffre applied for a passport to travel with them internationally. See Macaulay Declaration Exhibit 37, passport application listing travel plans to London. Flight logs subsequently lists Ms. Giuffre traveling to London with defendant Epstein and others. On January 26, 2001, while underage, Ms. Giuffre appears on Rogers' flight log, Flight 1444, traveling with Epstein, Maxwell, and Emmy Taylor from Teterboro to Palm Beach. However, there is no flight record indicating how Ms. Giuffre got to New York. On January 27, 2001, the flight continues. I'm sorry, there's something missing. It should be Giuffre. On Flight 1445, continues traveling with Epstein, Maxwell, and Emmy Taylor from Palm Beach to U.S. Virgin Islands, returning from the VI 4 days later on January 30, 2001. On March 5, 2001, okay, we don't need to go through all this. Here's the picture, the famous picture of Giuffre with Prince Andrew and Virginia Maxwell in the background, all with big smiles on their faces, and no decent explanation as to why they're there in the first place. And as you can see, in the background there's a window open, and it is pitch black night out there. So I guess royalty visits commoner, underage American girls in a friend's townhome in London at night for the perfectly reasonable explanation that he wanted to take a picture with a girl. Makes sense to me. Ms. Giuffre, Epstein, and Maxwell and Taylor remained in London for 3 days until departing on March 11, stopping in Bangor, Maine, before departing back to Teterboro. However, there is no flight record of Ms. Giuffre's return to Palm Beach. Okay, so that's enough for the flight records. To continue, a few glaring examples of how Ms. Giuffre's travel records are incomplete is that Ms. Giuffre traveled from Addison, Texas. I used to fly out of Addison, Texas. In fact, my very, very great friend has a beautiful position with the Kavanaugh Flight Museum, which is a military aircraft museum that does fly warbirds, both to air shows and also as commercial flights for ride-alongs. Any regular person who's able to get in and out of an airplane can come along for a fee. And he's a dear, dear friend of mine. I've known him for ages, and I flew out of Addison quite often when we were living in Dallas. It's a cute little airport. No. Redbird was a cute little airport. Addison is the first or second, depending on traffic, busiest single runway airport in the country. It'll handle anything from a 737 to a Piper Cub. Wonderful airfield, wonderful. They were hit very hard by those tornadoes that hit Texas a few months ago. One aircraft's hangar, the triple section doors, which are immense, they were blown inward and damaged the aircraft significantly. It was a large passenger jet for a private jet, significantly damaged. Okay, more flight records. I thought we were done. More flight records. More flight records. You guys don't mind that I skip these, do you? It's pretty obvious what they're doing. Okay, finally. Defendant purported facts 45. Ms. Giuffre and Figueroa shared a vehicle during 2001 and 2002. I've wondered about this one as well. Ms. Giuffre and Figueroa shared a 93 white Pontiac in 2001 and 2002. Ms. Giuffre freely traveled around the Palm Beach area in that vehicle. In August 2002, Ms. Giuffre acquired a Dodge Dakota pickup from her father. Figueroa used that vehicle in a series of crimes before and after Ms. Giuffre left for Thailand. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Ms. Giuffre and Tony Figueroa did not share a vehicle between 2001 and 2002. Instead, Figueroa borrowed Ms. Giuffre's car while she was traveling with defendant and Epstein. Figueroa testified that he, quote, got to take the car because she was going somewhere else in the world and did not need it. So, close quote. In fact, Ms. Giuffre was frequently traveling with defendant and Epstein. And parenthetically, during a deposition citation, stating that Virginia started traveling on an airplane with Ghislaine and Jeffrey, quote, not too long after she started going over to the house. Continuing. Figueroa further testified that Virginia, quote, would normally go about 2 weeks out of every month, end quote, with Epstein. He further stated, quote, pretty much every time I took her there, it was always to his mansion. I picked her up one time, maybe it was a couple of times, from the Jetstream place. That would be what known as an FBO, or fixed base operator. It's a place on an airport where jets, normally private jets, and larger and some smaller commercial aircraft and private aircraft, depending on the place, it could be a wide range of aircraft, basically, I'm trying to say, in a very long, roundabout way. But they service aircraft. You can get fuel there. There's parking. You can get your aircraft washed. Or if you need service, repair service, you can get it there as well at the bigger ones. The most famous one is called Millionaire. Beautiful name. And they are gorgeous facilities. I've stopped at several of them, and they're all top-end places. So this Jetstream place is basically an FBO that would house to continue with Figueroa, but pretty much every single time it was at the mansion, close quote. Moreover, Mr. Frey testified she purchased the car from the $10,000 payment she received from Epstein after she was forced to have relations with it says Prince Andre, should be Prince Andrews, in London at defendant's home when Mr. Frey was not of voting age. Defendant's purported facts 46. Mr. Frey held a number of jobs in 2001 and 2002. During 2001 and 2002, Mr. Frey was gainfully employed at several jobs. She worked as a waitress at Manio's restaurant, at TGI Fridays restaurant, and at Roadhouse Grill. She was also employed at Courtyard Animal Hospital. Mr. Frey's statement. This statement is laughable. Mr. Frey was hardly gainfully employed during a time period in which she was trying to escape from the grip of Epstein and Maxwell. Escape from the grip Epstein and Maxwell had on Mr. Frey. While Social Security provides that she earned nominal amounts of earning statements for 2001 and 2002, the records do not indicate the month or quarter of the year's work. For a brief period, Mr. Frey attempted to go back to school to earn her GED, and tried unsuccessfully to hold down waitressing jobs. For example, in 2001, Mr. Frey earned $212 as a waitress working, quote, briefly at Manio's restaurant. In 2002, Mr. Frey earned $403.64 at Roadhouse. I got mixed up. At TGI Fridays for a, quote, short time period. Then Mr. Frey worked at Roadhouse Grill until about March 2002, earning $1,250 approximately. I'm rounding up. And here are her statements. According to Dr. Pinkwasser's records, that's the veterinary Courtyard Animal Hospital, Mr. Frey also received payroll checks for weeks ending 4/22/02 through 6/04/02, earning a total of $1,561.75. Not long after, Mr. Frey, this says losing, it should say lost her job at Courtyard Animal Hospital. Flight records show that Mr. Frey was soon back under Epstein's control, traveling with Maxwell to the Bahamas, Santa Fe, New Mexico, then New York. Hang in there, Sharon. God bless you. Defendant's purported facts 47. In September 2002, Mr. Frey traveled to Thailand to receive massage training, and while there, met her future husband and eloped with him. It always surprises me that they put this in their factual statements. How does the fact that you sent an underage girl to Thailand, actually September 2002, she would have been 18. My mistake. Anyway, you sent an 18-year-old to Thailand for massage therapy. Massage therapy school. And as we've said many times before, there's only one reason to go to a school in Thailand for massage therapy. Don't worry, Sharon. Sorry, I called you Sarah. Don't worry, Sharon. I'm drifting in and out too. So I think we're meeting of the minds right here. Although people aren't listening to you intently, I have no excuse. You're able to relax. I should be on my game here. Forgive the word intently. I shouldn't have used that. Let's just start over from after the bold there. Mr. Frey traveled to Thailand in September 2002 to receive formal training as a masseuse. Figueroa drove her to the airport. While there, she initially contacted Figueroa frequently, incurring a phone bill of $4,000. She met Robert Giuffre while in Thailand and decided to marry him. She thereafter ceased all contact with Figueroa from October 2002 until 2 days before Mr. Figueroa's deposition in this matter in May 2016. Mr. Frey's statement. Ms. Giuffre did travel to Thailand to receive massage training in September 2002. However, defendant has inaccurately told only part of the story. Defendant has conveniently left out certain key facts, which include the fact that Ms. Giuffre was given an assignment from defendant and Epstein that she had to recruit another girl of non-voting age from Thailand and bring that young girl back to Epstein. The document Ms. Giuffre was given, and they left the N off, give. The document Ms. Giuffre was given directs her to, quote, call Ms. Maxwell. It is not disputed by defendant or Epstein that Ms. Giuffre was expected to return to Epstein and Maxwell upon completion of her massage training and assignment. It is undisputed by Ms. Giuffre that she did not return to defendant and Epstein, but instead escaped clear across the world to Australia, where she remained in hiding from defendant and Epstein for several years, which we talked about earlier. Sharon, we will start 11 a.m. Central. You're welcome, Laura. Central Time, 12 Eastern. Oh, thank you, Laura. Good job. Thanks for keeping everybody up to date. Yes, 12 Eastern, 10 Mountain, 9 Pacific. And we'll go until 4:30 Eastern. I have a doctor's appointment that afternoon, and I'll need a little while to get ready for it before I arrive. So, or before I leave, I should say. So we'll cut off at 3:30 or 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central. Tuesday, 11 till 7, and Wednesday same, and Thursday we'll see how far we can go. Now again, if the computer keeps breaking down, then I'll only be able to reboot a couple times a day before I have to call it quits. It seems like I've figured out a way to keep that from happening, so hopefully we'll get through. Wednesday the new amplifier will come, and we'll have smooth sailing after that, hopefully. All right. Off to bed with you. Oh wait, you're already in bed. Off to slumber with you. Relax. Enjoy the rest of your evening as best you can. We're thinking of you. Oh, hey, SRS. Well, thank you. It does my heart good to know that you're finding it enjoyable. I'm glad you came back. I hope your dinner was good, and I hope we'll be able to keep you engaged over the next few days. Feel free to look at the back catalog. By the way, this is my 165th video right now. How about that? In fact, I'm coming up on my 2-year anniversary, or 3-year anniversary, excuse me. It'll be August, I think. It'll be Thursday. Yeah, Thursday should be my 3-year anniversary. Blah, 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 blah. All about me. Blah, 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 blah. Defendant's purported facts 48. Detective Ricari, Detective Clouseau, investigation of Epstein failed to uncover any evidence that Ms. Maxwell was involved in abuse of people not of voting age, trafficking, or production or possession of disgusting items. Hey, Jason. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Joseph Ricari served as the lead detective from the Palm Beach Police Department charged with investigating Jeffrey Epstein. That investigation commenced in 2005. Ricari worked only on the Epstein case for an entire year. And let's just note here, Ricari, as far as anyone knows, had no formal training in investigating sex crimes. None whatsoever. And he was a lowly Palm Beach city detective. Not exactly on the NYPD payroll. Nothing against Palm Beach as a rule, but let's face it, not exactly a hotbed of high-level crime, except for Epstein. Well, thank you, Laura. I appreciate it. Oh, wow. Cake, champagne, popcorn, martinis. What are those? Um, not daiquiris. Margaritas. Margaritas, something like that. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Uncle Bobbity. Thank you. Don't. Now you've got the Flintstones happy anniversary song going through my head. You guys are awful. Look what you did to me. Carey worked only on the Epstein case for an entire year. He reviewed previous officers' reports and interviews, conducted numerous interviews of witnesses and alleged victims himself, reviewed surveillance footage of the Epstein home, participated in and had knowledge of the search warrant executed on the Epstein home, and testified regarding the case before the Florida State Grand Jury against Epstein. Detective Carey's investigation revealed that not one of the alleged Epstein victims ever mentioned Ms. Maxwell's name, and she was never considered a suspect by the government. By the government. Carey desperately wanted to interview her, but the lawyer for all of the Epstein employees had them all lawyer up individually, and he couldn't go near them. That was in Carey's deposition. We did not get far enough through Carey's affidavit to know if he had mentioned that in the affidavit or not, but I'm assuming not. Which begs the question, why not? Why didn't Carey mention Maxwell if he desperately wanted to interview her and several other people in that investigation? Remember one thing, Iron Slippers. You take one pill out of that bottle and hand it to somebody else, you've committed a felony punishable up to 10 years in a Fed pen. Just so you know. I'm sure you're aware of that, but, legal disclaimer here. Legal disclaimer. Government. Come on, where'd I go? There it is. None of Epstein's alleged victims said they had seen Ms. Maxwell at Epstein's house, nor said they had been recruited by her, quote unquote, nor paid any money by her, nor told what to wear or how to act by her. Indeed, none of Epstein's alleged victims ever reported to the government they had met or spoken to Ms. Maxwell. Maxwell was not seen coming or going from the house during the law enforcement surveillance of Epstein's home. Yeah, but there are bunches and bunches of phone logs, phone message logs, recovered from the house and from the trash by the Palm Beach PD that show incontrovertibly that Maxwell was in that house, that she was taking phone messages and leaving notes for Epstein and other people in the house. It's a fact. The arrest warrant did not mention Ms. Maxwell, and her name was never mentioned before the grand jury. No property belonging to Maxwell, including items you would not give a child or disgusting items, was seized from Epstein's home during execution of the search warrant. Detective Clouseau, when asked to describe, quote, everything that you believe you know about Ghislaine Maxwell's trafficking conduct, replied, I don't. It's not even grammatically correct. He confirmed he has no knowledge about Ms. Maxwell's sexually trafficking anybody. Okay. If YouTube cuts this off right now, you'll know why. Detective Carey also has no knowledge of Ms. Giuffre's conduct that is the subject of this lawsuit. Ms. Giuffre's statement. This statement is false. Detective Carey knew that Maxwell was involved in the illegal activities at Epstein's house. He wanted to speak to her, but Maxwell did not return his calls, as we just said. Detective Clouseau concluded that defendant's role was to obtain persons not of voting age for Epstein. In the execution of the search warrant, stationery was found in the home bearing Maxwell's name, and notes were written by house staff to Maxwell. Again, as we had just stated. And there were a number of those message pads that were scanned into evidence from Friday that we looked at. Some of them are fairly disturbing. We didn't look at all of them. They're available to you. Just do a text search for message pads and you'll find them. A key piece of evidence in the investigation were message pads uncovered in trash pulls and from inside the residence during the search warrant. Those message pads revealed numerous calls left at the house for Maxwell, indicating she was staying in the house during the days when Epstein was engaging in illegal acts with persons not of voting age. Additionally, a walkthrough video taken during the execution of the search warrant revealed photos of females not wearing blouses at the home, and there was even a photograph of Maxwell not clothed hanging in the home. The house staff who were deposed in the civil cases each testified to Maxwell being the boss in charge of everyone in the house. Rodriguez, the house butler from 2004 through 2005, a time period that revealed daily abuse of persons not of voting age, testified that Maxwell kept a list of the local girls who were giving rubs at her desk, and that Maxwell kept unclothed photos of persons not of voting age on her computer. Clouseau testified that when the search warrant was executed, the house had been sanitized and the computers removed from the home. Benaziac testified that the computers were removed by Adriana Ross, another employee who answered to Maxwell. So, I guess there was no tip-off whatsoever to Epstein by Palm Beach PD that a search warrant was about to be issued. Just happened to have the house cleaned in time to have all that removed. I mean, there's very few other ways to explain it. There are some, but they would be rather thin in conclusiveness, rather the fact that he was tipped off. That's the most logical and most concrete explanation. To continue. The record is replete with testimony demonstrating that Maxwell recruited Virginia and recruited other females who in turn recruited other females, all who were abused by Epstein, meaning it is undisputed that Maxwell started the top of the pyramid of local Palm Beach persons of non-voting age who were all eventually identified as victims. The co-conspirator who maintained direct contact with the many non-voting age victims was Sarah Kellen, whose sole responsibility was to schedule girls of non-voting age to visit Epstein for activities. Sarah reported directly to Maxwell. On the day when the search warrant was executed, the housemaid, Ruboyo, was scheduled to report to the house that day at 8 a.m. However, she received a call from Maxwell telling her not to go. Maxwell orchestrated and ran the entire scheme from a high level and insulated herself from most of the girls who were being paid for activities. Tony Figueroa, Mr. Frey's ex-boyfriend, did testify that Maxwell personally requested that he find and bring persons of non-voting age to Epstein for relations once Mr. Frey had escaped, and that when he brought the girls, Maxwell interacted with them. Oh God, he actually did it? Told you he was a piece of S. Rodriguez testified unequivocally that Maxwell was, quote, the boss, and that she knew everything that was going on. I'm not one to give Rodriguez the entire mantle of credibility, but it is in keeping with what other people have said. Defendant's purported facts 49. No unclothed photograph of Mr. Frey was displayed in Epstein's home. Epstein's housekeeper, Juana Lessie, quote, never saw any photographs of Virginia Roberts in Mr. Epstein's house. Detective Clouseau entered Epstein's home in 2002 to install security cameras to catch a thief and did not observe any disgusting items within the home, including on Epstein's desk in his office. Again, that would have been a plain sight search. And he was not even there to search the home. He was there to install a security camera for some invasion, some thief, whatever. And which also points to the fact that Clouseau knew Epstein before the investigation. So it's entirely possible they had a social relationship before the investigation started. And so that, again, that surface investigation that only went to a very, very thin layer above the cardboard, the particle board of the mosaic of what was going on there. Ms. Giuffre's statement. This is false. Photographs of unclothed individuals were displayed throughout Epstein's home. Furthermore, Alfredo Rodriguez testified to Maxwell having salacious material on her computer. He also testified to there being a collage of photos in Epstein's closet. That collage was eventually taken into evidence by Detective Clouseau, who testified to that in his deposition. And those photos are still in possession of the FBI or a U.S. Attorney's Office. Numerous other people have testified about unclothed photographs being on display in the home, including Ronaldo Rizzo, who visited the home on numerous occasions and who was reprimanded by Maxwell herself for looking at the unclothed photos. Additionally, the search warrant video, taken at a time when the house had already been sanitized, revealed photographs of unclothedness displayed, including a photograph of Maxwell herself unclothed. Joanna Schoberg testified that the defendant brought her a camera for the specific purpose of her taking unclothed photos of herself. Finally, Virginia Giuffre testified that there was a nude item of her at the house. Screwed that up. Defendant's purported facts 50. Ms. Giuffre intentionally destroyed her quote journal and quote dream journal regarding her quote memories of this case in 2013 while represented by counsel. Ms. Giuffre drafted a quote journal describing individuals to whom she claims she was trafficked, as well as her memories and thoughts about her experiences with Epstein. Excuse me, losing my voice a little bit. In 2013, she and her husband created a bonfire in her backyard in Florida and burned the journal together with other documents in her possession. Ms. Giuffre also kept a, quote, dream journal regarding her thoughts and memories she possessed in January 2016. Excuse me for a second. I have something I have to itch. Okay. To date, Ms. Giuffre cannot locate the, quote, dream journal. Ms. Giuffre's statement, now there's a tree trimming service in the neighborhood. Somebody's power must have got knocked out. Man, they're bringing all kinds of equipment. You see all that, Harley? See all that? Yep, Harley's watching too. Uncle Bobbity says Giuffre must have figured out it was all over in the bonfire, cleaned up the rest of it. That is a very, very good theory. I like it better than mine. But I only have right now the statement that Giuffre made that her and her husband did it because her husband felt, as she puts it, deeply spiritual person, that it was bad to hang on to that kind of material. If you look at it just plainly from that point of view, not judging whether or not spirituality is a thing or not, I think it makes sense. I think it makes perfect sense. if I had a book of disgusting things that had happened to me over the years and time had gone by, I would probably trash it. Now, this did happen during one of the lawsuits. I think this was in 2011 or 2012. This happened. Um, so maybe it would have made more sense to give it over to her lawyers. In fact, it would have made perfect sense to give it over to her lawyers. But Giuffre has not struck me as being the most mentally mature of people, even after all this time. So, you know, take that as you will. Yeah, exactly. Meaning it was behind her. Exactly. Yeah. So, but you and I are on the same page, actually. There's a scary thought. Maybe you should have yourself looked at. You might want to schedule an appointment with a professional. Ms. Giuffre's statement. The dream journal contained memories of Ms. Giuffre's dreams. While Ms. Giuffre has looked for this journal, which is wholly irrelevant to this case, she has been unable to locate it. Ms. Giuffre also wrote in a personal journal some of her experiences with Maxwell and Epstein, which were harmful and painful. In an effort to relieve herself of these past painful experiences, Ms. Giuffre followed the advice of a therapist and burned the journal as a form of cathartic release at a time when she was under no obligation to maintain the personal memorialization of personal and painful experiences. Good point there. I did not know about the therapist before. That had not been mentioned in Virginia's deposition. She thought it was because of her husband's faith. Either way works for me. We're going to get there, folks. We've got a half hour to go, and we've got 7 pages to read, according to the document total at the top here. So I think we're going to make it. I will end at the end of this particular filing. So if we go over a little over 8 o'clock Central, no problem. I'll keep going. Um, I can catch up with other things easily enough. It's not a hard time. So defendant's purported facts 51. Ms. Giuffre publicly peddled her story beginning in 2011. Ms. Giuffre granted journalist Sharon Churcher extensive interviews that resulted in 7 widely distributed articles from March 2011 through January 2015. Churcher regularly communicated with Ms. Giuffre and her, quote, attorneys or other agents from, quote, early 2011 to, quote, the present day. Ms. Giuffre received approximately $160,000 for her stories and pictures that were published by many news organizations. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Defendant's statement misrepresents history. In 2011, Ms. Giuffre was still in hiding from Epstein and Maxwell in Australia. Ms. Giuffre was not looking to sell anything or even speak with anyone about what had happened to her in her previous life from which she dramatically escaped. Journalist Sharon Churcher located Ms. Giuffre and impressed the importance of Ms. Giuffre standing up to those who had harmed her and speak with federal authorities, which Ms. Giuffre did in 2011. In addition, Churcher impressed the importance of bringing the abuse of defendant and Epstein to public light to prevent their continued abuse of others. After much deliberation, Ms. Giuffre agreed to be interviewed by Churcher and was compensated for sharing her story, which came at a heavy price of being publicly scrutinized. Defendant's purported facts 52. Ms. Giuffre drafted a 144-page, purportedly autobiographical book manuscript in 2011, which she actively sought to publish. This is another one of theirs that I don't understand. Who cares? She wrote a book and she wanted to get it published. How many of us haven't wanted to write a book? We've got people in this chat who have written books. Which I'm very proud of, by the way. Back to the purported fact. I don't know if I'm going to make it. T-wise. It's going to be really close. In 2011, contemporaneous with her Churcher interviews, Ms. Giuffre drafted a book manuscript which purported to document Ms. Giuffre's experiences as a teenager in Florida, including her interactions with Epstein and Maxwell. Ms. Giuffre communicated with literary agents, ghostwriters, and potential independent publishers in an effort to get her book published. She generated marketing materials and circulated those, along with book chapters, to numerous individuals associated with publishing and the media. Ms. Giuffre's statement. Defendants' characterization of these activities are out of context and thus misleading. In 2008, Ms. Giuffre received a victim notification letter from the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida regarding her victimization by Epstein. Thereafter, in 2011, she sought psychological counseling from a psychologist for the trauma she endured. Also that year, journalist Sharon Churcher sought her out and traveled halfway around the globe to interview her on painful subjects. Ms. Giuffre was interviewed by the FBI in 2011. She was also getting psychological help. In that situation, Ms. Giuffre began to draft a fictionalized account of what happened to her. It was against this backdrop of her trauma being unearthed, her steps to seek psychological counseling for it, that she drafted this manuscript. Doing so was an act of empowerment and a way of reframing and taking control over the narrative of her past abuse that haunts her. Quote, writing I has been an emancipatory project for women. Peralt, Jean, Autobiography, Transformation, Asymmetry, Women, Autobiography, Theory A Reader, edited by etc. Indeed, scholars have written that the act of engaging in autobiography, or even accounts loosely based on autobiography, is a process of taking control of one's own narrative and one's own self. Thus, a specific recitation of identity involves the inclusion of certain identity contents and the exclusion of others, the incorporation of certain narrative itineraries and internationalities, the silencing of others, the adoption of certain autobiographical voices, the muting of others. Sidoni Smith, Performativity. Indeed, even a cursory look at the manuscript penned by Ms. Giuffre informs the reader that she is trying to put forth a more palatable and more empowering narrative to overwrite that powerlessness she felt when being abused by defendant and Epstein. While Ms. Giuffre explored trying to publish her story to empower other individuals who were subject to abuse, she ultimately decided not to publish it. Now you have to ask, did she decide not to publish it right about the same time she realized no one was going to pick it up? That's a question it's a fair question worth asking. Defendant's Purported Facts 53. Ms. Giuffre publicly filed a, quote, lurid CVRA pleading. I screwed that up. Ms. Giuffre's publicly filed, quote, lurid CVRA pleadings initiated a media frenzy and generated highly publicized litigation between her lawyers and Alan Dershowitz. On December 30, 2014, Ms. Giuffre, through counsel, publicly filed a joinder motion that contained her, quote, lurid allegations about Ms. Maxwell and many others, including Alan Dershowitz, Prince Andrew, Jean-Luc Brunel, and Jean-Luc Brunel. They've done that time and time again. The joinder motion was followed by a, quote, corrective motion and two further declarations in January and February 2015, which repeated many of Ms. Giuffre's claims. These CVRA pleadings generated a media maelstrom and spawned highly publicized litigation between Ms. Giuffre's lawyers, Edwards and Cassell, and Alan Dershowitz. After Ms. Giuffre publicly alleged Mr. Dershowitz of sexual misconduct, Mr. Dershowitz vigorously defended himself in the media. He called Ms. Giuffre a liar and accused her lawyers of unethical conduct, over and over again, if I might add. In response, attorneys Edwards and Cassell sued Dershowitz, who counterclaimed. This litigation, in turn, caused additional media attention by national and international media organizations. Mr. Frey's statement. See Mr. Frey's paragraph 7, explaining why the allegations were necessary and appropriate for multiple reasons. Mr. Frey disputes defendant's false characterization of these events, and indeed, the media attention was caused by defendants issuing her defamatory press release. No, I'm not going to give you that one. Roscoe had to send out all of those replies to media requests for a statement from Maxwell over and over again. And you've already said that they republicized or put new press releases out well after the initial spate of requests came in for months and months afterwards, I believe was said, at least months afterwards. So I really don't think you can have it both ways. Not going to give you guys that one. Again, not a lawyer. Not a lawyer. Jason Lord Surratt says, this is the best chat ever. I am very, very happy to hear that. To read that, excuse me. That's wonderful. I agree. And I don't read the whole chat. You guys are going at such a rate. I can just look over every now and then because I want to try and get through this. So it's all you guys. It's all you guys. You people are terrific. Jason, thanks for saying that. That's wonderful of you. Defendant's purported facts 54. Mr. Frey formed nonprofit Victims Refuse Silence to attract publicity and speak out on a public controversy. In 2014, Mr. Frey, with the assistance of the same council, formed a nonprofit organization, Victims Refuse Silence. According to Mr. Frey, the purpose of the organization is to promote Mr. Frey's professed cause against sex slavery. Oh, here comes YouTube. The stated goal of her organization is to help survivors surmount the shame, silence, and intimidation typically experienced by victims of abuse. Mr. Frey's attempts to promote Victims Refuse Silence at every opportunity. For example, Mr. Frey participated in an interview in New York with ABC to promote the charity and to get her mission out to the public. We've gone over this part before, but let's just go with Mr. Frey's statement. Mr. Frey did not form the nonprofit Victims Refuse Silence to, quote, speak out on a public controversy, close quote, but instead to simply help survivors of sexual abuse and sexual trafficking. In order to provide assistance to victims, Mr. Frey attempted to talk about the nonprofit's mission when she had the opportunity to do so. Mr. Frey's statement of undisputed facts 55. Virginia Roberts was born August 9, 1983. 56. Virginia Roberts turned 18 on August 9, 2001. Okay, so she would have been 19 when she went to Thailand. 57. In 2000, Virginia's father, Sky Roberts, worked at Mar-a-Lago. 58. Sky Roberts got Virginia a job at Mar-a-Lago in 2000, either months before or just after Virginia's 17th birthday. We saw this come up before. 59. The only year in which Virginia was employed at Mar-a-Lago was 2000. 60. Virginia worked at Mar-a-Lago as a spa bathroom attendant. 61. Virginia was not a masseuse at Mar-a-Lago as she had no massage experience. Well, she couldn't have been one anyway. She was underage, and she didn't have a GED. 62. Maxwell approached Virginia at Mar-a-Lago and recruited her to come to Jeffrey Epstein's house. To do what exactly, Ms. Maxwell? To do what? 63. At the time Maxwell recruited Virginia to Jeffrey Epstein's house, Virginia was either 16 or 17 years old, depending on whether this occurred just before or just after Virginia's birthday. 64. Virginia followed Maxwell's instructions and reported to Jeffrey Epstein's house on the night of the day when Maxwell approached Virginia at Mar-a-Lago. 65. Maxwell told Virginia at Mar-a-Lago that Virginia could get paid for giving a massage to Jeffrey Epstein. 66. When Virginia arrived at Epstein's house, she was taken upstairs to Epstein's bedroom and instructed by Maxwell and Epstein how to give Epstein a rub. 67. Oh, I'm sorry, this is... I got all turned around. Please excuse me. These are statements by Virginia Giuffre's team, not statements of fact by Maxwell's team. I apologize. Should have known just by the formatting. 67. Epstein and Maxwell turned the rub into an encounter. 68. Virginia was not a professional masseuse and was not old enough to be a masseuse in Florida, even though Maxwell testified she only hired professionals. 69. Maxwell and Epstein promised Virginia money and a better life in exchange for complying with their demands. 70. Maxwell had relations with Virginia and other females. 71. Virginia was sent out nationally and internationally for unclean purposes. 72. Maxwell recruited other non-professionals under the guise of being a masseuse, but in reality only recruited girls for unclean purposes. 73. Maxwell was the boss of others whose job it was to recruit minor females for Epstein for sex, such as Sarah Kellen. Here comes YouTube. 74. Maxwell was a recruiter of girls not of voting age and other young females for Epstein for relations, and was the boss in charge of those females. Dated January 31, 2017, respectfully submitted by Sigrid Cawley, David Bois, Bradley Edwards, Paul J. Cassell. Oh, here's something about Cassell's listing here. Because remember, I'd mentioned earlier, it didn't seem that he was any long with Boyce, Schiller, and Flexner anymore, because his address listed him at being the S.J. Quinney College of Law at the University of Utah. There's a footnote right here, and it says, "This daytime business address is provided for identification and correspondence purposes only, and is not intended to imply institutional endorsement by the University of Utah for this private representation." Interesting. Okay, so he is there, but they're saying he's not doing this on behalf of the university. Okay. So there's a certificate of service that was filed correctly, and it was served to Laura A. Menninger and Jeffrey Pagliuca, who are Maxwell's attorneys, at least a pair of them. All right, we did it. It's a little early. It's 17 till, let's be perfect. 17 till, and we've got a short document in front of us. Declaration of Sigrid McCauley in support of plaintiff's response to defendant's motion for summary judgment and undisputed facts. So, and Sigrid McCauley is, of course, one of the lawyers with Boy, Schiller, and Flexner. So we'll read that tomorrow. My voice is going out anyway, so I don't dare try and finish it up. I've got one or two more sips of tea left. It worked perfectly. We're good to go, folks. Thank you all so much for being here today. We are still not quite halfway through. We're at page 960. But we're making it. We're making it through. So sorry. So as we said earlier, but I like to reiterate because I love repeating myself, we will start tomorrow at noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central. We'll go till 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central, and then I'll have to stop to get ready for a doctor's appointment. Tuesday should be 11 to 7, and Wednesday should be 11 to 7, And we'll see how much time we need Thursday. We may not need all of it. We may need every hour of it. I may not be able to go all the way till 7 on Thursday, though, because I have to pick up some people about a half hour outside of town at 5 a.m. for my trip to Denver. And I am not, as you all know, a morning person. So I'm going to have to go to bed at a very judicious time Thursday. And of course, if we have any computer breakups, I'll restart once or twice, and hopefully we'll be able to get through it. But if it becomes a epidemic, I'll have to stop for the day. Back to sleep for David. Awesome, awesome. And SRS, well, it's very kind of you. It's very kind of you. And yes, this is an excellent chat. Thanks. Remember, he's not here right now, but let's all give a nice round of applause to Ray Kimbrell, who has brought in people like Skullcram, and I believe Laura was helped along by Ray, people like that. And you all have just cascaded people to the channel. And I can't thank you enough. It's great to have you all here. I really feel like I'm accomplishing something to reading to such great people. And I know other people are listening that can involve themselves in the chat, and I appreciate them just as much. So, until tomorrow, 12 noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central, be well. God bless. Happy trails. See you tomorrow. And now, uncut learning curve.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy sea, from the brightest day, from the darkest night, from the sunny